This conference is being recorded. Only the main conference is recorded. Conference recording has stopped.
Good morning, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started in a couple minutes. If you can make your way to your seats, we appreciate it. Thank you. You say we're good? Yes. Okay. All right. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the January 2020 LOSOM PDT meeting. We've got a little bit briefer agenda today than we have in some of our past meetings, but we want to do kind of a look ahead and see what's coming up, give you an overview of the process to get to the first round of modeling of alternative plans, have the sub-teams provide an update on where they are, and then go through the round 2 sensitivity runs from all of the input that we received from the PDT members, as well as some of the members of the public. So before we get into all of that, I want to do a couple housekeeping items. We've got the agenda up on the screen right now. Hopefully everybody that's on the phone on the web meeting can see that. Good. Oh, sure. All right. Everybody see that a little bit better maybe? All right, so I just want to remind everybody that we follow rules of FACA. This is not an advisory committee, so as such, this is a gathering between the federal government and state, federal, local agency groups that we're using to gather information to help us in our decision-making process. But as part of FACA, the public is not part of the PDT. However, we will have several public comment periods where folks, if they would like to make a comment, will have an opportunity to do so. For the folks in the PDT, If you have questions on topics that we're presenting, please feel free to ask so we can try to answer any questions for you on those, or if you have other topics that you would like to bring up and discuss, we'll provide time to do that as well. All right, so again, we'll start off with our attendance, our roll call, which I know everybody really enjoys, especially since we have over 80 agencies that are part of this, so this will take a little while. So we'll start off with the Seminole Tribe of Florida, who from the tribe is either in the room or on the phone.
This is Kent Lofton.
All right. Is there anyone else representing the Seminole Tribe on the phone? All right. Is there anyone representing the Miccosukee Tribe on the phone? Okay. All right. We're going to go in alphabetical order here. Is there anyone from Broward County here? So Kevin.
Yeah, good morning, Kevin Carter.
Good morning. Anyone else from Broward County on the phone? All right. Anyone from the Bureau of Indian Affairs?
Harold Peterson.
Good morning. Anyone from Center for Disease Control? All right. From Charlotte County? All right. City of Belle Glade? All right. City of Cape Coral? All right. City of Clewiston?
This is Randy Martin, City Manager. It's my first time listening in.
All right. Good morning and welcome. All right, anyone from the city of Fort Myers? All right. City of Okeechobee? Yes, sir. Sally Walker. Good morning. City of Pahokee? All right. Port St. Lucie? All right. Sanibel? City of South Bay? City of Stewart? Yes, sir, Mayor. Good morning. All right. West Palm Beach? Okay, good morning. Collier County? Anyone from DOI on the phone, Department of Interior?
Adam Gelber.
Good morning. All right. Ding Darling National Wildlife Refuge.
Hi, Lori Miller. I'm here for Ding and for Loxahatchee.
All right. Morning, Lori. All right. Anyone from the Emeritus Village of Tequesta? All right. Environmental Protection Agency.
Jamie Higgins.
All right. Is there anyone representing FDACS? Anyone from DEP?
Hi, Courtney Deal.
Tracy
Jordan.
Wood.
And Jordan Tidio.
And Ed Smith.
Alyssa Gilhooly.
Paul Julian.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Anyone from representing a member of U.S. Congress?
Greg Vangowski with U.S. Senator Marco Rubio.
Good morning. All right. Moving on. Florida Department of Health.
Rick Clark for Dr. Kendra Goff.
FWC. Anyone from the Florida House of Representatives, state level? Good morning. I think we're about halfway through here. We're moving. Florida Inland Navigation District.
Yeah, this is Mark Crosley with Fine. Thank you.
All right. All right. Anyone from Glades County?
Tim Stanley, Glades County Commission.
Hey, good morning, Tim. All right. Hendry County? All right. Highlands County? Highlands Glades Drainage District. All right. Indian Trail Improvement District. Lake Worth Drainage District. Hey, good morning. Lee County.
Good morning, Roland Ottolini.
Yeah. Oh, push the button. After speaking into any of the microphones, make sure you push the button and the green light pops on.
Lisa Krieger.
Perfect. Lori. All right. Anyone from Martin County? All right. Miami-Dade County. All right. Monroe County. Anyone from the National Park Service?
Agnes McLean.
All right. Anyone from NOAA and NIMS?
Yes, Tim, good morning. Mark Schramek, Habitat Conservation Division.
Good morning, Mark. Anyone from Okeechobee County? Osceola County?
Susan Goslin, Osceola County Board of County Commissioners.
Good morning. Palm Beach County?
Hey, good morning. Jeremy McBrien, Palm Beach County.
Good morning. Matt Mitchell, Palm Beach County.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Lisa Wilson, Commissioner McKinley's office.
Thanks. All right. Palm Beach Soil and Water Conservation District? All right. South Florida Water Management District?
Eric Klein.
Just looking for the Water Management District staff right now. But I don't know if you guys are looking for jobs maybe, or. All right. Is there anyone else from the Water Management District on the phone who's not in the room?
Hey, Tim, this is Phyllis Klarman.
Hey, good morning, Phyllis.
And Megan Jacoby.
Hey, Megan.
Hey.
Tim, this is Jose Otero.
Good morning. All right. Anyone from St. Lucie County? All right. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service?
Tim Breen.
All right. Anyone representing USDA, NRCS? All right. Anyone from USGS? All right. Village of Wellington? All right. And last, the Corps of Engineers. I'm Tim Geisen, Project Manager for the Corps.
Program Management.
Jim Riley, Environmental Water Quality Lead. Andrew Geller, Operations.
All right. And who from the Corps is on the phone?
Colin Rawls, lead economist with the Core LOSOM team.
Right.
Dennis Duke.
Chris Altez.
Savannah Royals.
All right. Very good. All right, so that completes our agency folks. So now we'll go to members of the public. So if we can go around the room, who from the public is here? They're right here. Yeah, can. Sure. Go for it.
Diane Perry, Earthy and Stewardship.
Other members of the public on the phone?
Kelly Ralston with the American Sport Fishing Association.
Good morning,
Tom Van
Rayanne
Lent,
Wetzel,
Everglades.
Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation.
Mike Woodline from Congress and Brian Mass office.
Tom Van Lent, Everglades Foundation.
Rajendra Podal, Everglades Foundation.
Kate English, Pavis Law Firm.
Jackie Lopez, Center for Biological Diversity. Luna Phillips with Gunster. Ann Cox, Family Lands Remembered.
Is that everybody on the phone? All right. And then who else in the room here?
Jessica Pinsky, the Florida Economic Council.
Zaki Mustafa, South Florida Engineering and Consulting.
Newton Cook, United Waterfowlers of Florida.
Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation.
Tom Conboy, South Florida Engineering Consulting.
Elizabeth Ross, Gunster.
Ramarani Kimley Home.
Good morning, Gary Ritter with the Florida Farm Bureau Federation.
George Jones, Orca.
Ben Mailer, United Waterfowlers.
Doug Gaston, Audubon, Florida.
Paul Gray, Audubon, Florida.
Jamie Hamilton, Surfrider Foundation.
Good morning again. Cannon, Scheider Heisel, Surfrider Foundation.
Ryan Rossi with the South Florida Water Coalition.
Blair Wickstrom with Florida Sportsman Magazine.
Kimberly Herchala with Friends of the Everglades.
Anita Quinn, Riverwalk Community.
All right, I think we got everybody. Great. So appreciate everybody bearing with us on that. Just want to let everybody know a couple other housekeeping things. We are recording this meeting, so we'll have a audio recording for archive purposes, help us kind of capture everything that goes on here, make sure we have good notes. For the folks who are on the phone, please make sure that you mute your phones when you're not talking, and please do not put us on hold. As much as we love hold music, it's not always the best background to our presentations. And for just general note for everybody, if you do have a comment or have a question, please identify yourself, who you're representing before you ask your question. It's easy for us to see in the room here, but that'll also help everybody on the phone as well. All right. So next thing we want to get into, I want to do kind of schedule overview, and typically I do this at the end of the meeting, but today I wanted to do it at the beginning to kind of set up what's going to be happening moving forward, so everybody has a better idea of kind of big picture before the sub-teams give their updates. They're going to talk a little bit about what they're going to be doing coming up to help with the overall movement forward of the process. That's not what we want to see. Okay. All right, what's going on here? Technical difficulties. Share the screen. We already did. Okay. Cool. All right. So again, here's our typical kind of look ahead slide where we are in the overall process. We're still in formulation. We've done quite a bit since the scoping process. We've got our objectives, initial performance measures defined. We've been doing some sensitivity modeling to kind of give an idea of tweaks in the system, how those react and how other things change. So we're still building towards how we're going to be evaluating plans once they're developed and how we're actually going to develop plans that we're going to look at as part of the analysis. So that's where we are moving forward. There's a lot of work to get us to the point where we even have alternatives and can begin the evaluation process. That said, we want to get there by end of May. So there's a lot to be done between now and then to get us to the point where we have an initial array of alternatives. A lot of that work is going to be done in the sub-teams. So if you do want to participate in all that, make sure you're calling into the sub-team meetings and providing feedback. All of the expertise that's out there is really invaluable through this process. So please, please, please participate, and don't be afraid to provide your input to us. We really appreciate everything that we do get, and it's really good information for us. We've got PDT meetings scheduled pretty much from now until we're done with the alternative evaluation. I've gotten some questions on how often we're going to have PDT meetings and how long those are going to continue. So we'll plan on monthly PDT meetings from now until at least next April, which should get us through the evaluation and recommendation of a plan that we want to move forward with. Over the next 3 months, we've got a meeting February the 20th, which will be a web meeting. March 31st will be an in-person meeting in Okeechobee. Thank you, Mayor Watford, for your help in coordinating that. And then in April, that will be the 23rd. Again, that we're looking at a web meeting right now. That could change depending on what we need to accomplish for that meeting. Again, our ultimate goal is completion of this whole effort by October of 2022, which will get us in the door before completion of Herbert Hoover Dike rehabilitation and allow us to implement a new lake schedule once that construction is complete at the end of 2022. So I sent meeting invites out to everyone. The February and April dates are the same. I did have to reschedule the March meeting, and I'll resend that meeting invite with additional information on that. That just happened, so I'll get that out to everybody. So that's just the following Tuesday. It was scheduled for the Thursday prior to that.
There's a fair amount of background noise on this line.
Yeah, again, if you could please mute your phones if you're when you're not speaking, that would help everyone. Thank you.
Hey, Tim. Hi, Jeremy McBrien, Palm Beach County. I think before you had mentioned that you were preparing a public scoping comment summary report. Do you have any timeline on when that may be available for
Yeah,
review?
I think we said by end of March is the schedule to have that complete.
Okay. And I encourage people in the room to please use the microphone. As a user on the phone over previous meetings, it's impossible to communicate or hear with people that don't use the microphone in the room. So please, if you could, everyone.
Yeah, and if you are not sitting near a microphone, you do have a question, comment, we do have handhelds that we can bring out to you. All right, so this slide is kind of an overview of all of the parts and parallel processes that we're going to have going on to get us to the point where we can have an initial array of alternatives and begin modeling. I know the modelers are itching to move forward on that, so we've got a lot to do to get to that point. So kind of the three parallel processes that we see moving forward are plan evaluation. How are we going to actually evaluate the plans? Taking the performance measures that we've collected to this point and actually developing an evaluation process. How are we going to use that information to evaluate plans? Model tool development. We touched on the assumption tables. Those were sent out after the December PDT meeting. There's a lot of discussion on what's actually included in the modeling tools for all of our base conditions as well as we get into alternatives. So that's a parallel process. And then finally, how are we actually formulating alternative plans? So some of the kind of the high level tasks, and we haven't really talked about these before, so that's why I wanted to do an overview now, so everybody kind of understands all of the different things that are going to be going on and how you can get plugged into this process. So as far as plan formulation goes, we need to finalize those metrics. We'll talk about those a little bit today. And that feedback at the sub-team level is going to be very important to determine which performance metrics that we have collected, which ones we're actually going to use to evaluate performance related to the objectives that we've defined. Once we have those metrics figured out, these are the ones we want to use. There will be ones that are specifically for NEPA evaluation for effects, which are different than performance of the objectives. And we can reiterate what that is if anybody has any question. But the next step will be to determine how the metrics are kind of rolled up. So we have some objectives we showed at the last PDT meeting. We have multiple metrics for that objective. Some have less, some have more. There's been questions on how are those going to be compared against each other? Is it unfair if some have 5 metrics and some have 3? So that's a part of the process, is determining how those metrics are going to be used to score the objectives, and then ultimately how those objectives are going to be used to score the alternatives. So those are the pieces of the process that we've got to define as we move forward from this point. So which is why it's really important that we make sure we've got all the metrics that we need and those are well defined. As far as the modeling tool development goes, as I already touched on, we do have the assumptions tables, and those were sent out as an initial look at what goes into modeling assumptions. There's going to be a lot more discussion on that moving forward at the Plan for Modeling sub-team meetings. We'll really get into the nitty-gritty of all of those details. But it's really important that what's included in the models for not only our existing condition, but then our future without project conditions moving forward, what is actually included. And we've talked previously about increments 1 and 2, the physical features that are included in those increments. That's part of the process of defining the final model assumptions, is making sure we've got those increments nailed down as well. So that's part of the discussion we'll be having moving forward. Once we have those model assumptions nailed down, which we need to try to have to help the modeling team out by the end of March, if we can get there. So the modeling team actually has time to set the models up before we task them with modeling alternatives. I know they like to have at least a little bit of time, maybe a few days or so, to get the model set up. That was a joke for non-modelers. We really like lots of 3, 4, 5 months, a year or more to get all that work done. But they're doing a great job working with us on this. And then ultimately, once we have alternatives set up, we have to have the assumptions that go into the models that actually make the models recognize what the alternative is. What are we putting into the model code to represent the alternatives that we develop? So It's important that we get the alternatives done so the modeling team has time to actually input everything into the models and run those and get us data. So that said, the formulation process is also going to be extremely important as we move forward. And we're working through how that is going to function because we want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to provide input into that, whether it be more high level, things you'd like to see out of a plan, or if you're interested in getting into the nitty-gritty details and what the actual water managers use to make a management decision. So there's a lot of details as we've looked at the existing LOR schedule. There's not only the schedule, but there's a decision tree that goes with that. So there's a lot of details. You can get involved at whatever level you want. Don't expect everybody's going to want to sit down and spend excruciating hours going through details of decision trees and things like that. But if you are interested in that, we want to make that opportunity available for everyone. Some of the things we want to kind of do as we move through the process is inventory existing concepts or elements that have worked really well, or things that from a water management perspective people would like to see incorporated in a plan that maybe currently aren't, or things that they'd like to change about how things are currently managed. We want to kind of inventory all of that information to help start building alternatives. And then using that information along with the sensitivity runs that we've done to kind of form building blocks to start putting together alternatives. All of that information will go into developing some kind of draft alternatives that we can present back out to the PDT and allow review comments on those, make some tweaks before we actually get into the intensive modeling. So ultimate goal, as I said, we want to have by the end of May an initial array of alternatives that the modeling team can take and start running through the RSM models and begin providing output to us. So like I said, a lot of work that needs to happen over the next 5 months. Encourage everybody who really wants to be part of that to participate in the sub-team meetings, because that's where a lot of the technical work is really going to be done. PDT meetings are going to be more high level, presenting the information that the sub-teams have developed, and then of course allowing everybody to have an opportunity to comment on all of the products that we're developing.
Whoever's driving, it's really hard to hear.
Yeah, again, remind everybody, please put your phones on mute if you are not speaking. Thanks. Are there any questions on kind of high-level overall process here and the things we've got to accomplish to get us to the point where we can run some models? And if not, like I said, there's going to be time to provide feedback on all of this stuff after the PDT meetings. We'll give everybody 2 weeks to go through all the materials and then provide any comments on what we're seeing today. So, if there are no comments or questions on this.
Quick clarification.
Oh, sure.
I did look at the calendar, and for the February PDT meeting, it is on the calendar for the 27th of February, not the 20th.
So the invitation for that one is correct. My slide was incorrect. Yeah, so the 27th is the right date. Yeah. Yeah. All right. With that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Marcy Jackson to begin our sub-team updates. And she'll start off with an update on plan formulation sub-team.
Thank you, Tim. Let me grab that. So as Tim said, we have a lot to do on the plan formulation side in the next 3 to 5 months. So right now we have been working very hard internally to develop that strategy. We will soon be able to roll that out to the PDT. We're just still in that working mode internally now before we roll out a strategy to actually develop those or to propose that strategy to start developing those alternatives. So throughout April and the beginning of March, you will be able to, you'll see that coming from the plan formulation side. So this is just a general overview of what the plan formulation, risk-informed planning framework that we use within the Corps of Engineers for a typical feasibility study. I know a lot of you are involved with some of our other studies, so I just wanted to show that comparison and why LOSOM's a little bit different. We are using the framework to guide us through the process, and as you can see, it's It's a cyclical process as we begin with scoping, which we've already accomplished. So as you can see, we've already gathered scoping comments. We've developed objectives, constraints, and considerations. We've identified performance measures. And so that's where we are in the process now of taking all the performance measures. We've got a big bucket full of them. What we're doing now is sifting through those, finalizing those through all of our sub-teams, which the sub-teams will give an update on where they are with that process. Once that process is finished, they'll give that to the plan formulation sub-team, and then we'll take those and start developing alternatives using the final performance metrics and to guide us. And those performance metrics or measures, interchangeable words, same thing, performance measures, we will then use those to determine whether we've met the objectives of the study. And so our next step that Jessica and I will be, Jessica's the engineering lead, her and I will be co-leading this modeling assumptions table to establish what we call an existing and future without project condition. Basically, that's what we will compare the plans to, is that existing condition. So what benefits are we gaining from these alternatives that we're developing? And so those existing conditions, we have to run that as our first model run. And that will be the basis at which we compare the benefits that we're gaining through this new schedule. And so then after that, we'll actually formulate the plans. Then we'll model those plans. We'll evaluate those plans, compare those plans. And then at the last bottom square here, we'll make that decision. And through this whole process will all be worked through the PDT. Oh. Let's see, sorry. I'm fixing this for those on the web. They're seeing the wrong view, so I'm trying to correct it. So hold with me 1 second. Okay, those on the phone, can you see the right screen now?
Yes,
Opening screen.
but we are looking at, we can see next slide as well.
Oh,
We're in,
got you.
that view.
Huh? Do you know how to cut off presenter mode? I don't either. Okay, we'll just go ahead. I'm sorry for those on the phone. We're gonna keep going, and we'll try to get this situated for, let's see. All right, so that's just a broad overview of what we've done to date, what's coming up next, and as Tim said, that's where we get to formulation of operational plans. So developing that modeling assumptions table and formulating those plans is our target is to do it between now and the end of May. And so we'll be holding more frequently modeling and plan formulation sub-team meetings. They'll probably be Mondays on a weekly basis to be able to get these all accomplished. I know that's a lot. I know that's running fast, but to get this schedule completed by the 2022 timeframe, we're gonna have to start meeting on a weekly basis, and we will try to summarize those for those that we know everybody's probably not going to be able to dedicate that amount of time, but we will provide these updates as on every meeting, what was done last time, what we're going to accomplish today, to look ahead and try to be really consistent on how we present all this information. So why is LOSOM different from the planning framework that we use for our typical studies? Most of our studies are decisions to make actual investment, to spend federal dollars on infrastructure. LOSOM is not building or investing dollars for new infrastructure, so we're just looking at a operational plan, and so it's what we would consider like a non-structural measure in planning language. And so this is a multi-purpose lake. I should have put lake on here instead of reservoir, and that's a carryover, and I haven't updated that yet. But this is a multi-purpose lake that really is, so this requires a multi-criteria decision. And so there's multiple criteria that we're having to use to make this decision, and that's the process that the plan formulation team and you as the PDT members are going to walk through as we start our modeling process, getting those outputs, and using our different performance measures to look at those trade-offs and determine that multi-criteria decision. And so how are we going to do that? We're going to use a multi-criteria decision analysis tool that the Corps of Engineers has. It's a certified planning model that's been used on other studies. It was originally built for formulation and evaluation of ecosystem restoration projects. However, it's been expanded to other business lines for navigation, recreation, flood risk management, other mission areas that we use. And so since Lake Okeechobee has multiple purposes that goes across multiple business lines, we feel this is the right tool that's been certified, that people, that our decision makers at the Corps of Engineers are familiar with, that would help us make that tool, that would help us make that decision, the decision makers make that decision. This tool is not going to make the decision for the decision maker, but it will inform the decision. And it's called the IWR Planning Suite 2, and I have a link of where you can go to get more information on that. And so what is it? It's a way to compare kind of apples to oranges. It's a way to compare quantitative analysis against quantitative analysis, qualitative against quantitative analysis. There's a way to consider weighting criteria within that tool, and it also gives you the ability to maximize or minimize criteria. So if you've been following the plan formulation and PDT meetings, we have 30 to 50 performance measures that we'll end up with at the end of the day. And how do we sort through that information and compare all that information as we're getting all these modeling results in? Well, this tool will help us do that. And so we'll have an expert that's is familiar with the tool and has used this tool in the past, that's our expert, and he will actually come in and help facilitate the discussions as we walk through how we look at this tool, and he will be our neutral facilitator as we walk through this process and get our outputs from our models. So So why do we need the tool? As I explained earlier, we value more than just money. Not all of our criteria is easy to quantify, and a lot of it is qualitative, and so as we go through that and we need to quantify that qualitative performance measures, sometimes it's a high, medium, low, and how do we compare that to an economic dollar damage, and this tool will help us sort through that information and be able to compare apples to oranges on an equal basis. Here's the link. I've provided this, and Tim will send out all these slides after the meeting, but this is a link where you can go and get additional information on what the tool consists of, where to download it, all of that information. If you have any issues or questions, you can always email Tim or I, and we can help you walk through that process. So that's where we are now with the plan formulation. As I said, we are going to see a lot more frequent meetings coming up very soon in February through March and April timeframe. And any questions? Yes.
Yeah, Stu Applebaum with Martin County. Sorry for the feedback. Hey, on the performance measures, let me take you back on that a bit. Are you expecting to definitize the list, and when do you expect that to happen, and what kind of documentation do you expect to put together for the performance measure set?
Yes, so we have asked for the final performance measures to be provided to each of the sub-team leads by the end of January. So if you still have performance measures that you have not turned in and need to turn in to your sub-team lead, please coordinate that with your sub-team lead. But the due date for that, for any new performance measures, was the end of January 31st. Now what we'll do is we will look through all the documentation that's been provided and see where the gaps are and see what needs to be further developed at that point. So that's the exact process that we're in now, and each of the sub-team leads will give an update on where they are for each sub-team. Does that answer your question?
So when do you expect to complete that process, and what kind of document do you expect to have for the PDT to review?
Yeah, so we plan to complete that process in the next month and a half to 2 months, I'm assuming. And that's our target right now. So as we begin to finalize the formulation strategy, within the next month and a half, we'll also have that list of performance measures. So as we move into developing alternatives and coming up with these alternatives, we'll use the strategy, we'll use the final performance measures that we're going to compare plans against, and then that will guide us through the development of alternatives. So we will work on getting an exact date on that for each of the sub-team leads, but we don't have that. Our target, like I said, is anywhere from a month to 2 months from now to finalize that. Yes.
Yeah, excuse me, Tommy Stroud, Lake Worth Drainage District.
Yes.
Just wondering, for your multi-objective decision-making tool, when are we going to get kind of an understanding of what that is and how that works? Is that part of the plan formulation process?
It is, and so in March, we plan to take a deep dive into that tool. Any other questions on plan formulation? All right, well, I'm going to turn it over to Jessica Mallett, who will go over water supply.
Good morning. Okay, can everyone on the phone see these slides? Make sure before we get started.
Yes.
All right. So, good morning. Just going to give a brief update on where we stand with the water supply sub-team. We haven't had any meetings in a while, and that's okay. It's because our team has done an awesome job in providing feedback on the type of performance metrics that we want to utilize in the LOSOM study. So this is a graphic that we had used in the plan formulation and modeling sub-team meetings, where we are laying out what type of performance metrics we're going to use to evaluate our objective of improving water supply performance that we're utilizing in the LOSOM study. And so, as you can see, we've got right now 8 metrics. There are 5 that we're using for the RSM basins model and 3 that we're using for RSM glades. Most of these metrics have been used in previous studies in South Florida, so they're nothing. Yes.
We're just seeing the first slide.
Okay.
You may have to start the PowerPoint.
Okay. Well, we're seeing the second slide here. Reshare the screen. Okay. Hold on just a second. Oh, share, which one? Share file? Share screen. That's what I'm doing. But it's not.
There you go.
Okay. Got it. All right. Sorry about that. That actually helped me because my computer wasn't showing the proper slide either, but I was kind of confused because the things in the room were showing the right thing. So now I can actually see what I'm talking about. So like I said, there's we have right now our sub-team, water supply sub-team, has decided on 8 major performance metrics to use for the evaluation of improved water supply performance objective number 3 for this study. There are other considerations that we will evaluate, and to date, we don't have any other input regarding the other water supply considerations. With regards to tribal water rights, the Corps of Engineers has been meeting with the Seminole Tribe of Florida to discuss how LOSOM will affect their water rights and entitlements. For the state's water supply authority, of course, we're in contact with the CNSF project sponsor, the South Florida Water Management District, to determine how LOSOM would affect the water supply authority. For agricultural needs, if there's anyone in the agricultural community that has specific quantitative or qualitative evaluation criteria that you would like evaluated, in addition to what we've already addressed, please provide that information as soon as possible. And then for the municipal and industrial needs, I think we've got those captured, and if not, please let us know. And so that's just the roll-up, and then I just went ahead for the purposes of having everything complete. We are showing okay. I did include the full kind of text information about each of the water supply metrics, those for basins and RSM glades. So this is what we're providing right now, but I would anticipate that as we finish up the collation of all of the metrics, then we'll provide all of the detailed information to the PDT for review, to include document sheets or any supporting information for each of the performance metrics. And that's all I've got on that for now. And as far as ongoing or upcoming meetings for our for the water supply sub-team, really not anticipating any at this point. Really going to be focusing on the modeling and the plan form subtask. So anyone that has a water supply interest that would like to have that considered as we move forward, I would ask that you please consider attending those joint plan form and modeling sub-team meetings for this foreseeable future. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions that anyone might have with regard to this topic.
I have a question. This is Brad with Brian Mass' office. I can't remember if we already talked about this or not, so I apologize if we did.
That's
but
okay.
The water supply for environmental water supplies, such as meeting the MFLs to the Caloosahatchee, none of that is captured here. Was that
That's
because you feel it's
correct.
captured by something else? Or?
The environmental water supply, we're capturing under the environmental considerations, not under the actual water supply category as far as the project objectives.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And Jessica, this is Tim Breen with Fish and Wildlife Service.
Hi, Tim.
I have I've got a couple questions, and we may not be there yet, but
Okay.
and maybe it's all one question. Is the objective to improve water supply performance, or is it to maintain existing water supply performance? And then related to this is, how will we weight or compare this objective with other objectives like environmental and other things?
Okay, that's a very good question, Tim. Right now, the actual objective is to improve water supply performance. And as we move forward, that's when we'll discuss how we're going to, if we're going to weight the water supply performance with respect to performance of other objectives under the study, for example, the environmental. So we'd ask that if you have specific ideas as to how you would like that to be done, please participate in the plan form meetings that are coming up over the next several months.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Yes, sir.
Yes, Scott Kelly. I see that in regard to water supply, that the consumptive use requirements of the tribal are met. However, can you point me to where the consumptive use requirements of water supply utilities would fall under? Because it doesn't seem to be sticking out there to me.
So I didn't go all the way through the slide, so this next slide, the water supply metrics for the RSM Glades Lexa model. So this is the Glades Lexa model would be the model, regional model that covers the areas where most of the urban utilities are located. And so your water supply demands for the majority of the utilities outside the Lake Okeechobee service area would be captured under these metrics. So the first one, WS1 GL, it's a frequency, duration, and severity of restrictions in Lexa. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I don't know whether it actually covers what my question was.
Okay, so what,
yeah.
could you please rephrase it then? I'm
No,
sorry.
I was just wondering, other than the severity of watering restrictions, if you talk about, like, we're a surface water utility, so other than the severity of water restrictions, there's no other metrics that cover supply of water.
There are, so under the column that says deliverables, one of the information that we provide are what are the supply cutback volumes and the percent cutbacks for each of the utilities that the state would impose as a result of lack of surface water or groundwater supplies. And so I think that that's where that is, would be captured.
Well,
but if you could, maybe we can capture your question and take it back to the team.
Okay, I really, it's around allocations of our consumptive use permits. I mean, it really doesn't specifically state that anywhere. So.
Right, and so what we're looking at is with LOSOM are the demands and not what the permitted allocations are. And so we're looking at our demands being met or not.
Yeah, I mean, that's an area we need to have further discussion, obviously. So.
All right. Hey, Tommy, go ahead.
Hey, Jessica. Just one question, and it may be too much detail, but on your aquifer protection metric, reduce saltwater intrusion of Biscayne aquifer.
Okay, just talk real loud. Oh, actually, Savannah will bring the mic.
You know, the actual Biscayne aquifer pinches out kind of in southern Palm Beach County.
Mhm.
So when you get up into the area at S-155, it's a superficial aquifer, but it's not technically the Biscayne.
Okay.
I don't know if that distinction makes any difference with regard to this performance measure, but I just wanted to point that out.
All right, well, I'll make note of that, and we'll make sure that we have something that addresses a concern in Palm Beach County in the area of
Okay,
that
thank you.
structure.
Thanks.
Any other comments or questions? And if not, I'll hand it over to whoever's up next. Dr. Ann Hodgson. All right, for those of you on the phone, can you see the next presentation?
We can, and it shows the next slide as well. You had it, for a second, you had it where it was just the slide that you were on, but then it came off.
Okay, well, it was great for you guys on the phone, but it was screwed up in the room, so
Okay.
sorry about that. You ready? Was that it? Did you share the screen? Yeah, this is what they're seeing.
You're sharing the
but I
screen.
don't know how to fix that, so if you know how to fix it. It's good in the room, it's not good on the phone. That's what the phone said.
Hi, for folks on the phone, give us 1 second. Apparently, we've got some techno blip. Good morning, folks. Just give us a second here. Marcy, what's wrong with it? It's a split screen? Okay. All right, we're going to proceed. Good morning, everybody. My name's Ann Hodgson, and I'm the Environmental NEPA and Wildlife Technical Lead for the LOSOM project. I want to welcome everybody to this PDT meeting. The ecological subteam has had a couple of meetings over the last few months, and much of our work is going to happen moving forward as we've been pulling together basically the fundamental approach for the LOSOM project. And as Marcy explained earlier, we're about to move into the multi-criteria decision-making process. We rely to a large extent on the data and research that's been accumulated so far, but I want to emphasize to everyone that we also rely on whatever unique research each of you as some public entity has or governmental entity may have been undertaking that hasn't been consolidated with our overall database. And so I just want to continue to request that as you participate in the process, if there's information that you think should be brought to the planning team's attention, you make sure to do that. Marcy described the objectives of the LOSOM project earlier, and today we're focusing for this presentation on our ecological objective, which is to enhance the ecology of Lake Okeechobee, the northern estuaries, and those locations across the South Florida ecosystem. Just quickly, I want to go over some suggestions that we've sort of summarized based on the input to date from the ecological subteam. And again, as we move forward through the planning process, we'll be expanding and refining these suggestions. So just to summarize our situation, you know, right now we have both qualitative and quantitative metrics that are related to the objectives of the study. We have some that address the ecological concerns for Lake Okeechobee and the planning area. And all of these can potentially be used in the NEPA analysis. Right now, several of the locations that may be integral portions of the overall study area, we don't have recommended metrics for those areas. So the NEPA analysis will really, at this point, emphasize locations where we have available relevant metrics. As we move forward, we need to distinguish between the considerations and the constraints of the study, those constraints right now being dam safety risk, complying with applicable federal laws, including the Endangered Species Act and the Seminole Water Rights Compact, capacity of the major LACO outlets and the downstream conveyances, as we discuss the possible future management scenarios. We do need to start thinking about how we can roll up the multiple metrics that have been developed to date into some algorithm that can be used for alternatives performance evaluation. There are many parts of the elements that the ecological subteam is thinking about that overlap with the water quality subteam that Jim Riley leads. And so we'll have rolling joint discussions about that overlap and how those metrics mesh. And finally, as we talk about future adaptive management scenarios, we need to discuss and document those. The potential impacts of any adaptive management approaches will need to be evaluated in the NEPA analysis, and if recommended adaptive management approaches are to be implemented. I know Jim is focused on this as well, and that'll be an integrated discussion that goes on through the planning process. In terms of performance measures, performance metrics that have been assembled to date, the next few slides just quickly summarize what we've been able to compile. And these are a combination for Lake Okeechobee of the Recover approved models, some information developed by the South Florida Water Management District, and information developed by other cooperators. We'll be posting all of the presentations, and I'm not going to read through all of the detail in each of these slides, but the main point is that for the various performance metrics, there are expected outcomes, whether those are habitat units, whether those are the frequency of extreme events, whether those are population projections for some target management species. All of these, whether potentially the number of cultural resources that could be affected, all of these are the metric output. And so we've basically in this presentation parsed the geographic areas out into Lake Okeechobee, the suite of locations in the greater Everglades, the St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee estuaries. Estuaries are different, but obviously there's high interest in balancing out whatever future scenarios are selected, balancing out the effects in the estuaries with the other areas that are affected. Loxahatchee River, we're just publishing next week in the Federal Register, the Loxahatchee River Watershed Restoration Project, final EIS. That will be available. Put it on your calendars, and we welcome your comments on this final EIS, which is the culmination of a multi-year project planning effort to restore the Northwest Fork and the estuary of the Loxahatchee River. Florida Bay, multiple modeling efforts, multiple scenarios there. And then the suite of different locations and different management strategies going on with the wildlife, or the water conservation areas, the wildlife management areas. We have added a recommended metric we received from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission for the Everglades Wildlife Management Area related to high and low water closures. We do not have consolidated at this point, and we would like to hear any feedback about metrics that would be applicable to the Indian River Lagoon, to Biscayne Bay, to Lake Worth Lagoon, to nearshore and offshore resources. Here we're focused right now on a qualitative assessment as we've conducted a literature review related to the corals in the Florida Reef Tract. But certainly the seagrasses and the fisheries in both of these zones are crucially important as well, and the national wildlife refuges. In terms of next steps for the ecological or the eco sub-team, at this point we need to finalize the metrics, whether they're evaluating NEPA effects or performance of the objective. And we need to aggregate the metrics used for objective evaluation into a functional algorithm that outputs relative values so that we can do comparative analysis through the NEPA process. We do need our partner PDT members to commit to helping the process by looking at the data that you may have assembled and how those data can be applied to our alternatives analysis process. And the end game, of course, is that we want to roll all of this up into an approach that looks at the 4 objectives and how the various alternatives that will be formulated will be performing. And finally, to discuss and develop relevant adaptive management protocols. That's an overview of where we stand right now with the ECO sub-team efforts. We will be starting bi-weekly sub-team meetings. I had one scheduled for today, but then it overlapped with the PDT meeting, so the next one will be 2 weeks from now. If there are a few questions, I'll be happy to take them. Otherwise, Marcy, who's next on the... Jim Riley, the Water Quality Sub-Team Lead, will follow me with his presentation.
Yeah, Ann, can you hear me? Ann?
Yep.
Hi, Jeremy McBrien, Palm Beach County. You mentioned
Good morning.
several locations lack recommended metrics. I saw some placeholders for some others. Are there additional metrics that are not on the list here today that you still feel are in the lacking metrics category? And can you maybe identify a few just to some of the locations that...
I meant to have it be a fairly inclusive list. If we overlooked something, we can do some editing and make sure something is on. Did Oh, like right here. No, at this point, we're looking for input on that.
Okay. In your interaction with the team, are there additional geographic areas that you feel like we're still lacking, or is this kind of the placeholder list and we just need to further develop some of the details of these?
This is a pretty good overview, but if there is another location that we should be adding, we're in that moment where we're trying to get the universe pulled together.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Jeremy. All right, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Jim Riley. Jim leads the Water Quality Sub-Team, and he'll give his update. Who's doing the truck now here?
How do we get to the file? How do I get to the file? Without jacking it up.
I didn't have it working properly either. Yep.
Okay, sorry for the delay. Jim Riley, I'm the core member of the LOSOM Water Quality Subteam. I want to give you an update on what we've been doing at the subteam level. We've had a series of meetings. I think we're trying to get to bi-weekly, but there's been a lot of ground to cover, so there's always plenty to talk about. Thus far, we've have our water quality harmful algal bloom metrics identified, and they're continuing to be refined. I think we've landed on 8. I believe we're done, which to address concerns in the LACO and the estuaries. We have 1 metric tracking the water quality-based effluent limit discharge capacity to the STAs for each alternative. During the evaluation of the alternatives, we're going to be refining how we use the metrics, and some of them may be determined that they're better used for adaptive management. Adaptive management approaches need to be further discussed and documented. We have to cover, if we propose something to be done as adaptive measurement, we have to address it in the NEPA, to discuss what the potential impacts are. Otherwise, we can't really implement them. So that's something we need to do. The scoring approach, that's being discussed, at the above the team level, sub-team level. But for water quality, we're probably looking to put it as a ranking of low, medium, or high potential for positive or negative benefits. And as Ann said before, we need coordination with the ECO sub-team on some of the metrics because there's some overlapping areas. Okay, where are we at with the water quality metrics?
Shuffling, and we're having a hard time hearing you.
Could you please put your phones on mute until we get to the question area, time of the agenda here? I'm too low. All right, I got to get closer. All right. Closeness of fit to the Lake Okeechobee environmental band. I'm going to show you a picture here to show what we're talking about. That's the Recover band that's been developed, the draft that's out there. The ability of each alternative to allow minimal discharges during peak algal bloom flow months doesn't mean we will, but do we have that potential to do it? Closeness of fit to the salinity envelope, which is a water quality link to healthy oyster populations. We want healthy oyster populations because they do a heck of a job pulling nutrients out of the water. And then we also want to track nutrient loading to the estuaries from Lake Okeechobee and the local basin runoff for each alternative. And as I said before, not exceeding the STA capacity to achieve the water quality-based effluent limits. For the estuarine SAV metric, submerged aquatic vegetation, that's still being finalized, I think. We're looking for closest of fit. The water quality link is we want healthy vegetation in the estuarine areas because it helps with water quality. Another metric would be the percent of time the lake O releases are within the pulse envelope window and not exceeding the peak or low desired release volumes. A recent one is we're looking at chlorophyll A being used as a surrogate for microcystin, human health related. We have more chlorophyll A data, and there appears to be a relationship, the DEP pointed out, and we're looking into it. Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, so this is the, I believe, is the It's not the Water Management District. It was developed, I just pulled their slide, but this is the Recover ecological envelope for Lake Okeechobee. I just wanted to give attribution. I pulled one of their slides off one of their briefings. And that was jointly developed with a lot of input. And as you can see, there's that, I guess it's a gray or bluish, blue jean color. I'm not too good on the colors here. That band right in here, you can see her moving the arrow. That's the desired environmental band for Lake Okeechobee. It also seems to track quite well with water quality. It's been suggested that if we were just to focus on water quality, we might want it a little bit lower in the fall, and that's being evaluated. But this is a very good metric to look at how we're tracking with staying where we want to be with water quality in the lake. So we'd have each alternative, we'd have a line, and it would see how close it fits. So that's how that would work. Let me see. All right, any questions or comments?
Hey, Jim. This is Zach Welch with the Water Management District. I just wanted to point out, I think you showed the original ecological envelope and not the updated.
Okay, thanks.
The one that's out for review right now and in the update process.
Yeah, but they have an updated one, and that's the one. I just wanted to show you all a picture of what we're going to be looking at. Thank you for pointing that out very much. Yes, sir.
Jim, do you have any data that would show this slide in correlation with, say, the ecological envelope of Florida Bay or the St. Lucie-Caloosahatchee River, you know, comparing this lake level with the other region's envelopes?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand your question.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is we've got height level of the lake and what's best for the lake as far as their ecological envelope, but how that would correlate with the ecological envelope of Florida Bay, say, or the St. Lucie Estuary or the Caloosahatchee River, tying the lake level to those estuaries. Right now, this seems to be focused on the lake.
Well, we're trying to look at the salinity. I'm assuming that's, if you have another metric, you know, that has to do with water quality, we're trying to just focus on the water quality. So if you have another metric that you'd like to consider for water quality, please let us know. But we're looking at salinity. That's like a surrogate for we're not hurting the estuaries. And then, you know, controlling, looking at nutrient loading to the estuaries, having a good environment for the SAV.
Hey, Jim.
And also trying to keep a handle on the microcystin and, you know, the algal releases to the estuaries. And some of this we're going to get into an adaptive management. You know, I mean, so there's one phase is looking at how do we evaluate the alternatives, right, which is modeling world, and then what would we do in the real world? It's like if there's a big algal bloom on the lake, we would prefer, in general, not to discharge it to the estuaries.
Hey, Jim, I think his question is, have you done a correlation between their salinity envelopes for Florida Bay
Exactly.
and St. Lucie Estuary? And I'll just imagine they're in your performance metric lists, the salinity envelopes of Florida Bay and other things. And so those performance metrics are based on what's good for those ecosystems. So it's not tied to what you have at the lake and what that, you will see the effects of operations that we look at and how it performs towards those metrics, but there is no correlation between one or the other in terms of what's healthy for those ecosystems.
That's what I'm trying to get at, maybe taking that data that you're speaking of and almost overlapping it with this data. See if there's a correlation.
No, they will be.
Okay.
The models will produce output, hydrologic, that will say how does that perform at the Florida Bay salinity envelope, how does that perform in the St. Lucie envelope, and how does that perform on Lake O. But that is based on what's good for that ecosystem.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Thank you.
Jim?
Yes, sir.
Jim, are you planning to use any water quality models in addition to the RSM modeling? The RSM modeling is obviously a hydrologic model, but
At this
specific water
time,
quality.
we don't have a, like, for instance, an HAB model for Lake O. We don't have an HAB model for the estuaries. At this time, we're not planning on using it. Dr. Walker's been looking at some associations, and Paul Julius has been looking at some associations. So I guess those could be considered models. But in terms of using we don't have any plans to use the Water Management District water quality model. Any other questions? All right, who's up next? Colin.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, Colin. Colin's presenting remotely, so we'll get his stuff pulled up here for him.
Thanks, Tim.
Hey, Colin. Colin had a
Good morning.
running accident and hopefully didn't break his ankle, but
Small fracture. Yeah.
okay. See, I was joking, but he actually did, so that's not good. So yeah, that's why Colin's not joining us. He's remote. Okay. All right, Colin, we've got your first slide pulled up.
Great. Can you hear me okay, Tim?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm in the interest of making sure everyone can hear. I'm gonna.
There's no slide.
Yeah, actually, I don't see it either yet, Tim, on the teleconference just yet.
Okay.
Or do you want me to share my screen, or if you
No.
can?
It's not one of my meetings if there aren't technical difficulties. Anybody who's participated in LOP will understand that. But hey, at least we're not holding cell phones up at this meeting so people can hear online. No, I just minimized. Wow, we got a lot open. There we go. Oh,
Scroll over there, see what two is. So that's two. Why don't you share two?
okay.
And then maximize this. And then go to enter.
Okay.
There we go.
We're good? All right. Marcy figured it out.
Do you want me to flip through the slides?
Thanks, Marcy.
I can do it. Okay.
So, Tim, in the interest of making sure everyone can hear me, I'm going to be speaking kind of loudly. Please let me know if the volume is too high, but I'm going to be probably fairly loud, because I know over the phone sometimes it doesn't come through so well. All right. So for anyone who doesn't know me, again, my name is Colin Rawls. I'm the economics lead on the LOSOM team from the Corps of Engineers perspective, and I'm just going to go through kind of an update what we've been doing. So the economic sub-team has been very active. We've had quite a few meetings and very good participation, gotten a lot of good feedback, a lot of interesting ideas, and some very healthy discussions that are going to continue. This slide that you're seeing now is just a quick summary of some of the tasks that what we've been doing and what we will be doing. So obviously gathering a ton of information, and that started all the way back during the NEPA scoping process and beyond. And there's it says nearly complete, and I put an asterisk there because I certainly recognize, I think we all recognize, that as this LOSOM process goes on, we're going to continue to get information, we're going to continue to learn things, but obviously at the same time, at some point, we kind of just have to move on with what we have and proceed, and so there's an asterisk there. That's been a big part of it. Just so much information out there about different factors that can have economic implications linked to lake operations and economic effects. So that's been a big task. And then there's also been an ongoing discussion within the economic sub-team about just our overall approach of we all acknowledge, everyone acknowledges that economic impacts are important. It's something we need to think about, but talking through how to do that and also, the level of detail. What level of detail is appropriate? As Marcy kind of alluded to with the plan formulation sub-team, we have some information that's pretty precise, pretty quantitative in nature and other categories. maybe we don't have that, or it's more qualitative. And so, just working through, being aware of all of that. Probably the biggest thing we're doing right now, the largest task we have, number 3 here, is what we're calling the, quote, matrix of economic thresholds and impacts, which is essentially just a giant table to sort of assemble the specific thresholds and specific metrics that we know could be linked to an economic impact. So in some cases, those are existing performance metrics that the other sub-teams are working on. In some cases, it's something different specific to economics. But we've been trying just to assemble that into one item that we can use to link all of these things together. That's in progress. A draft version of it is floating around already. The past couple weeks, I've gotten a lot of good feedback on that, and that's going to continue. That discussion is going to continue for the next couple sub-team meetings. So anyway, that's probably the biggest one right now. In the near-term future, the 2 biggest things that we're going to be working on are, sort of talking through. We've already talked about some of this stuff, but really making decisions about some of the analytical challenges we have from an economic standpoint. So I mentioned limited data, or at least inconsistent data in some cases between different areas, different sectors of the economy. Overlapping effects, the fact that some of, both spatially and through time, you have economic impacts that overlap with each other. There's also been some healthy discussion about seasonality, the timing of economic effects and the timing of lake operations can certainly be a big factor in the how that affects businesses and residents of all the impacted areas. And then the last bullet point there, you see, of course, is cumulative effects. If there's if a navigation lane is closed, a channel is closed, if there's a very high discharge event, that could create negative economic impacts one time. But if those cumulative over days or weeks or months or multiple years in a row, that's something we're trying to consider and acknowledge. That's what we've heard from the field. And then the other kind of near-term future task, we haven't really done this yet, but we've got to start feeding some of this information from the economics team using this matrix to the plan formulation sub-team as they're working through their evaluation strategy, and then, of course, the evaluation of proposed LOSOM alternatives when we get there. Okay, next slide, please. So this is just a sort of a summary of some of the kind of information gathering and lit review that we've been doing. I'm not going to read each of the bullet points. The purpose of this slide is really just to sort of express the wide variety of different types of information, everything from government reports, recreational data, tourism data. We have some specific reports about the effect of freshwater discharges. There's been academic research that's relevant. And all of these reports and pieces of information are in a different format, and some cases make slightly different assumptions. So it's that's been one of the challenges, is just assessing what's out there, and to the greatest extent possible, given like every study, we have a limited time and budget, rather than reinventing the wheel, trying to just leverage information that we have. So I don't think we need to in this. Then you need to go through these specifically, but that's kind of what's going on here. Okay, so this is just a conceptual layout of this matrix of economic impact. We do have a draft version. If anyone is interested, I can send it to you directly, a working draft. And certainly if you're particularly interested, please call into the economic sub-team meeting. The next one will be 1 week from today, Thursday, via webinar at 1:30. So please participate, or you can just communicate with me and the rest of the team via email. Given that and given our time today, I'm not going to go into the details. It's a big table with a lot of stuff, but I just kind of wanted to lay out conceptually what we're talking about here. So, the far upper left, you see kind of the category, and we've talked about this before at the PDT meetings, but these are kind of the broad categories of economic impact. Navigation, which includes both commercial and recreational navigation, in the lake and on the Lake Okeechobee waterway, and in some of the connected waterways. Then, of course, we have water supply, and that's a pretty broad category too. obviously agricultural. We also have municipal and industrial. There's tribal water supply, and as I think somebody alluded to earlier today, there's also environmental water supply. So that's a important category. This third category is what I'm calling bioeconomic effects, and that's really trying to focus on this sort of intersection between the environment and the economy. Obviously, in Florida in particular, there's much of the economy depends very heavily on the quality of the environment. So everything from fishing, tourism, recreation, and all of the businesses that depend on those industries, either directly or indirectly, can be affected by the quality of our ecosystem. So there's a big interaction effect there, and that's true both on the lake and then in all of the areas and ecosystems that are connected to it, the estuaries, et cetera. So that's kind of what that's getting at, and there's quite a bit that goes into that as well. Of course, we certainly can't ignore the dam safety considerations, the fact that some alternatives, could lead to higher stages under certain scenarios in Lake Okeechobee, and we need to just be cognizant of that. So that's something that's going to be part of our considerations. And then the last bullet has probably been one of the newest ones, at least from our perspective, in terms of trying to think about the economic impacts of health and human safety, which can be a variety of different things, including the mobilization of health resources. So anyway, those are the categories. We have specific metrics or thresholds. In some cases, those refer to existing performance metrics that some of the other sub-teams are talking about. And then in some cases, those are other things specific to economics, i.e. like particular points at which locks have to be closed, which can affect navigation, things like that. And then, with each metric, there has to be an actual unit of measure or something we're measuring. And then those feed into kind of what I'm calling the overall economic impact. And that's essentially just thinking about almost a directional consideration. Is this a good effect? Is this a bad effect? Is it very, very good, very bad? What's kind of the magnitude? And then to try to inform that conversation, we're trying to the best extent we can break that into specific economic impact, specific either good or bad consequences of things that can happen in that category. So the specific direct impacts, and then we've also talked quite a bit about indirect and secondary effects, including, for example, the fact that real estate values can be affected by long-term adverse water quality, things like that. So throwing a lot out there, but I'm not going to go into the specifics. That's what the sub-team is for, but this is kind of the conceptual layout of what we've been doing, and it's still in progress. And then I guess the last slide, if you could bring that up. Okay, so I just wanted to talk kind of in general about this matrix of economic impact and what we're doing, but I wanted to kind of talk through, because I think it can be a bit confusing for myself included, really thinking about, okay, how are we going to use this information? What are we going to do with it? And this is kind of the way I'm thinking about it now, which is, the matrix of economic impacts, obviously the economic sub-team taking the lead on that, but we're going to depend very heavily on the other sub-teams as well. Information about the performance of these alternatives based on the other performance metrics. And so that's why, the other sub-teams are listed on this figure here, with us taking the lead. So that's going to inform and populate this matrix of impact. And then that is what we're going to use to inform the plan formulation sub-team. Because, of course, economic impacts and economic implications are very important, but that's not the only thing that is going to go into the evaluation of alternatives, kind of as Marcy talked about with the multi-criteria decision analysis. So that's going to feed in as one of many key categories of information that's going to go towards the formulation sub-team, and then, of course, eventually that will be briefed out to the full PDT from that team. So I probably should have made these arrows go in both directions, because it'll be back and forth conversation, but that's kind of the broad layout. And then, of course, context is that we have our 4 objectives, and everything is in terms of evaluating performance is going to be linked to performance of alternatives will be linked to those objectives. That's about it in terms of my update right now. I just wanted to roll through it, and I'm sorry, kind of went fairly quickly, but if there's any questions, yeah, just let me know.
Does anyone have any questions for Colin? There's about 25 people with their hands up, Colin, so just kidding.
Oh, man. All right, well.
Just kidding. Are there any questions from the PDT? Does any public comments? We have a time set aside for that shortly. Take the mic back.
Okay, well, while you're waiting...
We have one question for you, Colin.
Oh, go ahead.
I have a question. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah.
Okay, this is Diane Perry. I'm with Earthy and Stewardship, and this is on the economic part of it, right? And the water that comes out of Lake Okeechobee that goes down the Caloosahatchee leading into the estuaries of the Gulf have a severe impact on both the ecology and the economy. So when I was listening to the model and they were talking about the salinity, it didn't sound like they had the right information to do their models. And there's three that just come to the top of my head, which is like NOAA. So they have different models and different qualities for the water. Ding Darling, I don't know if that's included in y'all's plans there. And then also the St. John River Water Management District in Central Florida did a lot of research with the Harris Chain of Lakes, and there's a lot of data that's there that with the University of Florida. And I'm curious if you guys have gotten some of their data to help us in this water system.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Could you repeat your
Diane
name?
Perry.
Who do you represent?
Earthy and Stewardship.
All right. I'll ask that you chime in at the public comment period and repeat your question at that point.
Well,
we're only taking
there's a
questions now
couple.
from the PDT.
Right. So you're looking at the environmental and the health resources under your bio.
Ma'am, we'll have a public comment period in a couple minutes, so please save your comment for that.
Oh, I thought you said this was public.
No, ma'am. Not yet. We'll have a period
Sorry,
for that coming up.
I heard the word public comment, and I jumped in.
No problem. Okay.
This is Mark Crosley with the Navigation District.
Yep, go ahead.
Sir. I want to thank you first for including consideration of navigation, particularly with economics. And one footnote I'd like to make, and I'm not sure about what data we have, so we may have to get together and do some research on that. And I can work with marine industries.
But somebody put us on mute or on hold. Thank you.
There's an economic factor also for hurricane protection and evacuation, and I just want to make sure that the matrix kind of captures any data that we may have out there. There may not be a lot of data, but I'm willing to work with the Corps to see what we do have.
Thanks for that. Yeah, even if we don't have quantitative data, as kind of Marcy talked about, there are going to be some considerations that we're going to have to handle qualitatively. So there still may be a way to at least consider it. You can just email me or call into the sub-team, and we'll see if there's something specific that we need to add to that matrix. We certainly still can.
Super. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any additional questions from the PDT for Colin before we move on? Okay.
And Tim, I was just going to clarify, we're like the other sub-teams. I'm going to be meeting pretty much every other week. Again, not on weeks necessarily we have a full PDT meeting, but the next economic sub-team will be a week from today.
Great. Thank you, Colin. All right, and that concludes our sub-team updates. And before we open it up to any additional PDT comments related to these presentations or any other topics, just wanted to kind of reiterate for the sub-teams that participation of the PDT members is extremely important, whether it be further developing the performance metrics that are being used or how they're being used. But when we get to evaluation of alternative plans, the participation of the PDT members, everybody has specific technical background, technical knowledge, particular to their area of interest. We really are going to need the PDT members to actively participate in evaluation of plans as we move forward, making sure we're covering all of their specific areas and bringing that information back to the sub-team. We don't want to overlook anything, but we don't have 100 different people working on this, so we do need the PDT to really help us out as we're moving forward. So appreciate everybody's involvement to this point. And as you can see, we have got a lot coming up, a lot of heavy lifting to get us to the point where we've got alternatives. So that now is a time where we're going to really need a lot of participation. So at this point, I'll go ahead and open it up to the PDT for any additional questions related to what we've already talked about or other topics of interest. Go ahead, Stu.
Yeah, Tim, I had two questions. First on, I didn't hear anything about dam safety metric and whether that's been developed or not. You know, with the performance criteria with the rehab being completed.
You want to take that one, Jessica? I can answer, but Jessica, as a representative of engineering, yeah, sure. So dam safety is a constraint on the project. What that actually looks like is more of a kind of a range. There's not a specific stage which, hey, we can't exceed this. It's more of a risk-based approach that the Corps has developed, and we can talk more about that as we move forward. But yeah,
so will we be seeing some kind of performance metric based on that then?
Yeah, an evaluation metric. That will be definitely something that's evaluated with each alternative.
All right. Second question I had was on this month, the Water Institute at the University of Florida came out with a report, I guess, under contract to the Water Management District. Have you seen that? I assume you've seen the report. How do you plan on incorporating the information in that report into the LOSOM process?
Yes, yeah, we have seen that report. We're actively participating throughout that process. So we've got the recommendations that the University of Florida made. We're currently going through all of those recommendations to see what we can actively incorporate within LOSOM. There are some things that are definitely good ideas that we can consider as we are developing alternative plans. There's other things that are in there that are good science-based recommendations that would be great information to have that may not fit into the timeline or the funding that us or any other agencies who may have responsibility in those areas can make happen right now. So we want to look at all of the recommendations and see what we can incorporate. And then if there are recommendations that are things that we can't specifically incorporate, are there ways that we can coordinate with other agencies to actively pursue getting information that may be useful for the future? So we're still kind of working through that process and what we can and can't incorporate.
Hey, Jeremy McBrien, Palm Beach County. It appeared at the December PDT meeting that the Corps had indicated their intent to decouple LOSOM from comprehensive restoration planning and its mandates, notably the savings clause. Historically, stakeholders have recognized that this interdependency between the SERP projects, Herbert Hoover Dike, and LOSOM. And so that approach, I think, alarmed some of the local governments. Florida law requires that the Water Management District, as a local sponsor to the Central and Southern Florida project, determine and inform the Corps whether an operating schedule is consistent with state law and South Florida water management programs. The county would expect that a determination be made by the South Florida Water Management Governing Board in a transparent and accountable manner. We would expect that the South Florida Water Management Governing Board make its determination timely, so as not to allow the Corps to proceed down a path to later have its local sponsor raise a significant deficiency. So I've got a couple questions. What conversations have been had between the Corps and the Water Management District about savings clause analysis, specifically whether that analysis is consistent with Florida state law and district programs? And then also, when do you expect to bring that issue forward to the governing board? Thank you.
Sure, and I'll try to address that a little bit. So we have been coordinating with the state since the beginning of the process on all of the state water supply. As you know, the state is the authority on that. We have had conversations at this point. The LOSOM is a federally led effort. we have a lot of other agencies that are participating, as you can see on the PDT, but this is a federal effort. It's not a cost-shared partnership with the state. So at this point, we've moved forward with the decision on our position on how LOSOM is related to SERP, and that has been discussed with all of the agencies in general. May not specifically address your question, but that's.
Good morning, Kevin Carter from Broward County. I just want to share the concerns that my colleague from Palm Beach County has brought up. Based on the Corps' decision, one question that ran through my mind as you were going through your presentation in December is, at what point is Lake Okeechobee not decoupled from SERP? It's when people get together again in 2030, and will they have the same, I guess, decision from the Corps that the management of Lake Okeechobee is not related to SERP implementation? This is just some initial comments I've had and with people I've talked to, and to let you know, I did present a LOSOM update to the Southeast Florida Utility Council. It took a little shaking of memories of what the savings clause is, what it states, its importance. But I think one thing, hopefully we have some historians in the room, maybe we can start a little discussion today to give us a broader picture. We'll have the legal analysis from people that do that every day for a living. But as I understand it, 20 years ago or more, people sat in a room, probably this room, different perspectives on how the lake should be managed, how the Everglades should be restored. And I'm sure there was many challenges. I was around, but so I can't say I'm not seasoned, but I wasn't in those meetings. But when they were trying to get the greatest ecosystem restoration project underway, trying to develop that plan, my understanding is the savings clause was a big play. The Super Bowl is in town. It was moving the ball down the field. And it was because everyone signed on to it. They may not have liked it, and I'm sure people can give us stories. But beyond the legalese, let's zoom out and think what we're trying to do. What you guys are trying to do with 40 some odd projects, that Lake Okeechobee is a linchpin to them all. So we're going to continue to have discussions, maybe not in this forum, but I believe the savings clause needs to be principal to the SERP, and I believe Lake Okeechobee is principal to SERP success. So hopefully some historians can weigh in, but we appreciate the opportunity to provide comment.
Absolutely, and I think I do want to recognize, and we understand how important water supply is to everyone in the state of Florida, which is why we have a water supply objective to improve water supply, and that's where we want to focus the discussion on what does that look like, what's most beneficial for everyone in concern with water supply, and that's where that discussion, I think from our perspective, we really want to go down that path. What do we want to get out of this effort, and what would be success from a water supply perspective?
Yes, Scott Kelly with the City of West Palm Beach. In order not to delay this process, I feel it would be prudent for the Corps and the district, as well as other stakeholders, to do a legal evaluation of the Corps' position, because it appears to be contrary to NEPA process, and there's a lot of legal basis why the position the Corps is taking does not meet NEPA. So I mean, obviously, you know our position, and there's a strong legal basis for our position. So I would just strongly recommend that we get together and review the legal aspects so that it doesn't delay this process, because you don't want to end up having legal action taken against this. We want to progress this process so we can meet the objectives of 2022. So I would just strongly encourage that.
No, and I can assure you, we did definitely coordinate our position internally with our council, where we are, but yeah, it's. Yeah, and I can just kind of reiterate from our position what we think triggers the SERP Lake Okeechobee effort. And one of the specific, or two of the specific things that are included in the SERP Yellow Book, which triggers the component for lake regulation schedule update, are storage north and south of the lake. So without those components, better management of the lake is very, very difficult. Especially the north of the lake storage, which provides water supply for lake health itself. So without those components, SERP did not envision changing the lake regulation schedule. The infrastructure, the C43, C44 reservoirs were not specifically items that triggered an update to the lake schedule because they're using basin runoff, not being supplied by Lake Okeechobee. So that's part of what we talked about back in December and is included in that presentation on how we are positioned on LOSOM. But again, I do want to reiterate, we understand how important water supply is to everyone sitting in this room, which is why we have the specific objective to improve water supply. And we really want to have everybody actively participate in what does that mean? What is success for LOSOM when it comes to water supply? And I think that's where we can be very productive with the conversation. Are there any other questions from the PDT? Otherwise, we'll go ahead and open up for public comment.
Merritt Matheson, City of Stewart. Can I just jump back to the ecological sub-team? And my question, why is the Caloosahatchee and St. Lucie lumped together when most of the other rivers and other locations are not?
And I think it's just northern estuaries, and that when it comes to evaluation of performance, they're not together. Everything is looked at individually when it comes to those ecosystems. So I think it's just a reference to northern estuaries is typically kind of why it's like that.
Well, I mean, just going down that point, you have St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee in the same box, and then, you know, further down you have the Loxahatchee River and Florida Bay in separate boxes. And I just want to, I mean, you're saying they're not lumped together? They just are on this graph?
Right, it's
paper?
it's just this graphic. So yeah, as far as how things will be evaluated, and that will be further delved into at the sub-team level, how performance in all of these different areas come together to achieve performance of the objective. So yeah, they wouldn't be evaluated together. They'll be separate evaluations.
Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Jeff Coons. I was the city commissioner from '89 and the county commissioner for '8. And I've been.
Member of the public?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Just one last call. Are there any questions, comments from the PDT before we open up public comment? Okay. Go ahead. And if you're not next to a microphone, I'd ask that you come up to the front here to the podium to make your public comment. Yeah. So if you are here from the public and you'd like to make a comment, and again, we will have another public comment period at the end of the presentation. So we'll go for about 15 minutes now, and then if you don't get a chance to make your comment now, we'll have another comment period at the end of the meeting as well.
So I was a city commissioner in West Palm Beach for 12 years and a county commissioner for
I'd ask everybody, please respect everybody's time.
8. So I am one of those ancient water people. The water you drink here comes from the parking lots at Disney World. So it gives you a neat perspective on the water supply for West Palm Beach. And we're not north of the lake or south of the lake, we're east of the lake. And we're the only Everglades restoration project that has all the land in place. There's about $1.2 billion worth of infrastructure being built in the system. We need lake water to be able to drive our ecosystems. Grassy Waters is the headwaters of the Loxahatchee River. As the water comes down the C51, this canal that you could hit with a baseball, the water gets picked up and we send it south to Broward. So the ecosystems are being recharged by lake water.
and we do have water quality issues, but we've been trying to solve these issues for a long time, and we do need lake water. So, and we're not south of lake, we're not north of lake, which is the big fight. We don't have, we had the L8, which is the flow equalization. We said, let's buy that. We had our own problem solved. 20 years later, we're back trying to fix it. And we came up with a reservoir and used a canal. And we spent $300 million buying wetlands that could historically be preserved. We're the only system that could really do it naturally. We do need that lake water, and we need in a timely manner, and the drought shows up of what we did. It uniquely affects us. If it's going to be decoupled, then you need to help us mitigate what we can do here. We wanted to buy deep storage and put the systems in place. And we can use our own basin water and restore our own ecosystems. So if you just help us do what we can do locally. And like I said, we're not we're not north, we're not south, we're east, and we own everything we should do. And we can send water south, and it wants to, we can take care of Miami-Dade and Broward. So if you can't fix us in this process and you're adjusting the lake levels, then you got to take a look at what we could do to do the mitigation in terms of these strategies for the natural systems that we all own. And they're federal, state, local, county. County's got 23,000 acres of land attached to us going forward. We've lifted the bridges. The water wants to flow downhill. We're not, you said in the right direction, it'll flow downhill. So somehow in this process, if the savings clause kicked in, and I know just as much to be dangerous in this process because I was an elected official, and you don't see many of those people in here. So I worked my ass off on water, and somehow you got to allow us to be able to figure out what we can do. If you're going to put the systems in place, then you got to allow these ecosystems, the L8 and the C51, to have our own mitigation strategies to take care of our own water that falls on us. Thank you. God bless what you do. Good luck.
And since we do have a pretty large group, I'd like to ask everybody to try to keep your comments to 2 minutes or less, because we want to try to get everybody a chance. And if you don't get a chance to make a comment right now, please stick around, because we'll have another comment period at the end of the meeting. So we'll give everybody a chance to make your comment.
Thank you. Ronaldo Diaz with Lake Worth Waterkeeper. So stakeholder involvement is central to the framework of this process, and there's a lot of experience on this team. And, you know, in a lot of ways that's good to have a lot of experience, but also in a lot of ways there's a lot of negative associated with that. Some of the interests that are involved are, in our opinion, part of what put us in this situation that we're in regarding things like harmful algae blooms. It looks like you're about to get a revolving door of criticism on that, so I'm not going to quite delve into that, but you know, members of the public, they're going to have a hard time trusting this process if there's people who are representing, like I said, polluter interests. As recently as November, the Lake Worth Lagoon has had to deal with a cyanobacteria bloom right here, right behind the district headquarters in the C51. Luckily, it wasn't as bad. It was fed by local basin runoff because, again, last year we, you know, kind of changed the management of the lake and for the better, kept the lake low, didn't discharge it, and because of that, the bloom was isolated to this area, maybe a couple miles down to the turnpike and then to Australian from when we tested. Unfortunately, it did go behind an elementary school, Melaleuca Elementary School, where kids were exposed to the microcystin. In summer, our watershed had a bloom right next to the lake in the L10 canal, you know, just like almost every other year. What was different in 2019 is that without discharges during that air time, during the blooms, those blooms didn't have the chance to spread. It would be an absolute disaster if that bloom in November was spread through like Lake Worth Drainage District canals, if it made it down into the lagoon. And that is something to consider. And so I think what you're probably about to hear from members of the public is when you have people who are maybe a little bit too influential in this process of changing LOSOM, that they're going to have a little bit of concerns about getting more of the same pre-2019 Lake Okeechobee management. Thank you. Exit music.
My name is Joe Neeson. I'm a 50-year-long river warrior, so I've been around this kind of issue a long time. I came here with a couple concerns I wanted to address, and they were compounded by the fact that I've been in this meeting. The MCDA criteria list listed absolutely nothing about health and human safety, nothing. Then it came time for the water supply performance. We had tribal rights, states' water rights, ag needs, municipal, industrial, saltwater, nothing again about health and human safety. That should absolutely be a priority. For a very brief second, we saw just a little blurb on one of the screens that, by the way, it's a little disconcerting when the people that are going to try to save our lives while we've been suffering can't get PowerPoints and cell phones to work. That's a little catchy. But it's important to me that we make sure that that is an integral, the primary thing that we consider when we're doing this. Because if we're not alive, it doesn't matter if we have irrigation, recreation, or navigation. We have to be able to sustain life. And I've been personally affected, my health-wise, over this. So it's a very personal issue to me. And God bless my riverkeeper over there for being so politically correct. I'm not that way. I want to specifically address Nikki Fried's appointments to this LOSOM process. I think that as somebody who sat there while we watched SB 10 and Amendment 1 money squandered away, because from the time that the bills were written till the time they got to the floor, they passed through the pens of sugar-subsidized lobbyists. So I'm going to call a spade, and we do not want sugar lobbyists on this board at any level. We definitely want representatives from the agriculture community, because we all like to eat and family farmers are important. But what caused the problem is corporations. It is not in the least bit conceivably realistic to put corporate entities onto a board to influence decisions in their benefit when they're the ones that caused this problem to start with, and they have yet to suffer any consequences. So that is completely unacceptable. And I voted for Nikki Fried. And I was really, and I'm an independent voter, but I'm a registered Republican, but I'll vote for anybody that's making common sense out of this water. Putting sugar shills on this board is not common sense by any stretch of the imagination. And we cannot tolerate one drop of water going east for at least the next 3 years if Mother Nature is going to have a chance to rebuild our lagoon and our estuary. So when you're going forward with your planning and your mapping, 10.5 to 11 feet is it, kids, because anything beyond that, we are going to get sick again. It worked last year. We proved it worked. There was not one single entity that went without a drop of water that they needed. Health and human safety had better be first on this. Otherwise, there's no reason for us to be here.
Hello. My name is Tiffany Manzi. I am a struggling artist, a mother of a surfer, and a father of 3 children of the sea. I am also a tester of our waterways as I volunteer my time with the Surfrider Foundation. But most importantly, I'm a concerned citizen of Palm Beach County. My family moved to Lake Worth when I was 2 years old. That's 33 years I've been here. It's crazy to think this problem has been lasting longer than 50 years. We have known about the troubles that the lake has caused with all of the discharges, and just how we manage it is not, it's not okay. So much comes into play here. This schedule affects everyone, not just the West Coast or up in Martin County, but good old Lake Worth and Palm Beach County as well. I've come to many of these meetings because of my concern as a citizen here. Every single one kind of goes the same. But year after year, you guys push the will of not the public, but the sugar shills that you have just so carelessly placed in positions meant for biologists, environmentalists, and scientists. We need facts, science. We are tired of being sugared up. The Lake Okeechobee operating manual must be flexible. The schedule should take into account all costs, as well as what's best for the Lake Okeechobee ecosystem. There must be balance. The pollution in our state can no longer be ignored. It is time we start holding those responsible accountable. instead of allowing them to have any kind of say in this matter. I've said it before, and I'll definitely be back to say it again. I'm not going anywhere, and there are going to be more of me.
Good morning. My name's Becky Harris. I live in Stewart. I live on the St. Lucie River. I want to thank you all for addressing this extremely complex project. It's more than just a project. You've got a lot of variables you have to deal with, and you have a lot of stakeholders. I consider myself a stakeholder as well. And I just want to address what happened in 2018 that personally affected me. And there's a reason I'm holding this cute little dog here. She is actually a survivor of microcystin poisoning. So for those of you who don't know about it, I'll briefly tell you. She's one of 6 dogs, all who live on the St. Lucie River, all who had some sort of contact with the river, all who went into liver failure. So the vets who were involved in their care submitted the data, and it was submitted the data to the CDC, and it was published in Toxins in August of 19. I'd like to share this with the rest of you. But I think there's some significant data that's missing from the study. On August 23rd, the district sampled the locks at the St. Lucie and found 495 parts per billion of microcystin at those locks. So 3 days later, wait a minute, let me back up, because this part's significant. Did DEP, when they found that out, contact the Department of Health and say, holy moly, we got a problem here, alert the public? No, there are no warnings. Did DEP contact Army Corps and say, shut those locks down? That's a big toxic mess. We can't send it. Nope. For the next 3, 4, 5 weeks, billions of gallons of water went to the St. Lucie daily. So I'm going to go back to August 23rd, 495 parts per billion of microcystin. This dog was the first one that got sick, and it was 3 days later on October 26th. I think there's a big correlation between the toxins that were released from Lake Okeechobee and the sicknesses that happened with the dogs. Just additionally, I believe it was Major General Spellman who probably would acknowledge that that water was toxic. I think he did that with Congressman Brian Mast publicly, and said that yes, the Army Corps knowingly sent toxic water into the St. Lucie. So back to you all and this big task that you're doing. I just have a few points. First of all, don't forget this dog. I'm sure a lot of you have dogs. Don't forget what happened to her. Don't forget about what the major said about the toxic waters. Please incorporate that operational flexibility that you did in 2019. It worked so well. We loved last summer. Include human health as a priority. Maybe test the toxicity of the water before it gets sent out. And then above all, share adversity. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you for providing this forum for the public to speak. We appreciate it. I'm a marine biologist by training. I'm a volunteer for the Surfrider Foundation. Part of what we do is test the water quality with our all-volunteer force in Palm Beach County. We have very limited testing supplies, all volunteers. And one thing I noticed throughout this presentation is the environment and ecology is at the bottom of the list almost every time. And the data that you're asking for doesn't exist, much of it. So if we can help in some way, if anyone out there would like to reach out to us and provide testing materials or anything that we can use our volunteer force to do. Because right now we just test for Enterococcus bacteria. And we close beaches or open beaches, and we sort of assist the local government with water quality testing. So that's all I have to say to keep it positive and stay on the lookout for environmental data and include it as much as you can. Because it sounds like there's not much of it. There's some book reading that happens, and we're looking at a few studies, but you're not getting local science produced to feed into your system. Thank you.
So before you start, We'll go until 12 with public comments. Hopefully we can get through everybody by then, but if not, we're going to take a short break at that point. And then, as I said, there'll be another public comment period at the end, so I promise no one will not have an opportunity to speak. So.
I've practiced over the years. I will not go over 3 minutes. I'm Newton Cook. I'm the president of United Waterfowlers of Florida, and a few other things I won't list. I listen to health, and I'll tell you, if the lake is healthy, the estuaries are going to be healthy. But if we don't have a healthy lake, the estuaries will never be healthy. I tell you, as a duck hunter who just day before yesterday or whatever was wading around in lake water, SDA water, I tell you, as a person that fishes by the nuke plant in the Indian River Lagoon, if the lake is healthy, the estuaries will be healthy. So what we're doing here actually is talking about the lake, and we have to put that first. We're talking about the levels of the lake. Now, a long time ago, I was involved with the Lake Rack. Dr. Paul Gray back there and I and a few more, like Ted Guy, God bless him, sat there for 2 or 3 years trying to save the lake. That was save the lake from the storms that it hit. And we got her saved, we thought. And then we got lowers after Katrina, and the unintended consequences started immediately. We took a foot off the top of the lake, didn't think about the fact that that probably would take a foot off the bottom. And sure enough, next thing you know, we got an 8-foot lake and big problems. So what I just want to real quickly tell you is, the gentleman that lost Grassy Waters is correct. You got to have water supply. The lady that talks about the health is correct. It has to be healthy water. That's very important. If you take this lake down every year to 10.5 feet, as has been proposed, you will destroy the marshes and all the cleansing parts of Lake Okeechobee. The water coming out of Lake Okeechobee will be worse than it is today, because all you've got is muck bottoms to be stirred up. You'll have mud flats, mud holes, and willows around Lake Okeechobee. Ecological metrics. You will destroy that lake. Now, does it need to be 10.5 feet? Yes, about every 5 years. We need to draw down. All lakes need to be drawn down for the SAV and the emergent vegetation. But if you draw this lake down to 10.5 feet every year, thinking you're going to make things healthy on the estuaries, you are wrong. You are dangerously wrong. You're economically wrong. Your water supply wrong. We worked for 2 years to get lowers. I don't hope we get through this one. I might not be here 2 years. But I'm telling you right now, unintended consequences, and models do not show willows growing around the lake. All they show is water levels. They don't show muck bottoms. And they don't show colloidal suspended muck going out to C43, C44 in dirty water, which will really give you some health problems. Thank you.
I am Blair Wickstrom, publisher of Florida Sportsman Magazine. It's the largest magazine in the state around fishing and boating. I'm also a resident of Stewart, and so as a personal level, I've gotten involved with the water. I was one of 72 people that tested positive for microcystin toxin in my body, so it has become personal. I had to sell a building that was on the South Fork of the St. Lucie River. It was toxic. In 2018, we've sold and we've since moved. I like Newton Cook. I like duck hunters, but I don't agree with much of what he said in reference to how we move forward. The only thing I would like to suggest is, in terms of the folks that worked on lures, and I know there was a lot of people in here that worked like we work now. We had similar meetings. Do we have similar modeling? The only thing I have to suggest in reference to the similar modeling, since LORS, when the lake is at 12 feet or higher, 100% of the time, the St. Lucie estuary got in excess of 25 billion gallons. 76,000 acre feet, 13 feet of water on the commissioner's city. On the city of Stewart, that meant 13 feet of water, almost as high as the ceiling here, covering the exact city limits, the whole city. So 100% of the time, the balancing act that the group did that worked on LORS was wrong in terms if there's supposed to be balance. And so the balance, I think, is if we can manage, again, a little lower, we're going to have, I think, we're going to end up with a better outcome. Now, Newton, he really had a sort of a worst-case scenario if we were to do that every year, but in 2019, we didn't have any of that happen, as far as I know, and the estuaries are in great shape. So, again, the balance is needed. The shared adversity that was talked about is needed, and hopefully we do a better job with LOSOM than we did with LORS.
Good morning. My name is Jamie Hamilton, and I am part of the Surfrider Foundation. I'm actually the current chair of the Palm Beach County chapter for Surfrider Foundation. Just a quick tidbit if you guys are unfamiliar. This seems kind of low. Does this go up? Okay. If you guys aren't familiar, Surfrider Foundation, we're a grassroots-run nonprofit. So basically, we are all volunteers, including myself, giving our time to the protection and enjoyment of our oceans, beaches, and waves. How this pertains to Surfrider is the fact that we work closely with people in our community all throughout Palm Beach County. And during the last discharges and during the blue-green algae blooms, we heard a lot of feedback from people within our community. Either they are our volunteers who do our water quality testing for us, or they're just moms with children who frequent the beach. And they were very concerned when it came to their safety, when it came to their kids' health and their safety, and they had tons of questions for us, and they had tons of comments that they wanted to share. So we would go to a lot of meetings like this, and we open up all of their comments to you guys.
Your line is now muted.
Great.
Never mind. Sorry about that.
Your line is now unmuted.
Can you ask them because?
But a lot of their concerns were mainly about the health of their children, but also.
I could ask everybody on the phone, please mute your phones. We're having a hard time hearing the folks in the room here.
Keeping the salinity where it needs to be and not off of the water quality. And they're saying that in their model they don't have.
Hi, who's ever talking about water quality? Can you please mute your phone?
In there because they don't have any data as to what that should be. Yeah, I'm just like in shock. I'm like, no, no. All right. Do you know who it is there that's working with them? Yeah, because the advisory board, I'm trying to, the PDT leader is who they need to talk to. Otherwise, it just doesn't. Yeah, if they're not talking to PDT leader, they
Again, everybody who's on the phone, please mute your phones because we can hear an interesting conversation on water quality in the background. We'd like to give everybody here an opportunity to speak.
All right, thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that.
The point I was trying to make is that throughout this whole conversation, this whole presentation, it seems that the environmental aspect and the health risks for people were kind of at the very bottom of the barrel. They're kind of the end of the equation. And I know when I am going to go back to people in the community and speak to them at our events and talk to them about our water quality programs and encourage them to work with us to test the waters for, like Cannon said, we only test for the basically feces bacteria, but they always ask if we're going to be testing for the nutrients that are in the water causing these algal blooms. The answer is yes, we eventually will. So going back to them and telling them how basically they're not part of the top priority in this equation is going to be very tough for me. And it's probably going to encourage them to get involved, which is great, but it's also going to be very upsetting if moving forward that never changes. So we would like to see a change where we put people and the risk for their health and the risk for the environment that they rely on first before the economic aspect of this. Again, thank you for opening it up for public commentary. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Chris Davison. I am a general manager and a shareholder of the Island Inn, which is the oldest hotel on Sanibel, established in 1895. And, I want to talk a little bit about the economics, some comments and maybe some questions to answer. But first, I definitely want to thank the Corps for managing the lake the way they did last year and sharing the adversity. Had it not been managed that way, our business would likely not have survived. So thank you. But, I'm really here today because even though, our industry, the tourism industry, does not have representation on the project delivery team, I think it's really important to calculate the economic impacts to the tourism industry correctly. And a couple of real key points I think to focus in on that I didn't hear on the subcommittee's report is, our businesses cannot insure ourselves against harmful algal blooms or high flow discharges. So, people think, hurricane is so damaging. That's what makes, high flow discharges so much more financially impactful is there's no way to mitigate the damage that there's no insurance that you can buy. I don't know, maybe Lloyd's of London or something doesn't. But, the other major point that I'd like to bring up is there's no other type of financial recourse. In issues like the BP oil spill, which was a similar environmental and economic disaster, businesses knew that they had compensation coming down the line in high flows, high lake discharges, and harmful algal blooms. There's nobody to sue. So, making a big difference and why we're so much more financially exposed to harmful algal blooms and LACO discharges. And lastly, a recent article published really highlighted the relation between harmful algal blooms and neurological diseases like ALS. And obviously that has to do with the health issues, but I think as a business owner, it starts to bring in the question of liability when it concerns your staff and the visitors that you market to. So I just want to make sure that those things are being incorporated in the economic subcommittee, or maybe they can address how they are being incorporated into it. And other than that, thank you for your time. I appreciate your shared adversity on the LACO discharges, and hopefully we can keep that going until LOSOM is implemented. So thank you.
And as I do want to take a break at 12, with you two folks that are up next, would you mind letting the lady with the girls here go first so they don't have to stick around later? I know it's I've got little kids too, and it's hard for them to sit around for too long. So if you don't mind.
Hello, I'm a mother and a surf rider volunteer, and I work with Ronaldo, and we are trying our hardest to make sure that our waterways are safe for our kids just to walk in them, let alone swim and play in them. So last year was amazing to be able to have no discharges or not the concern. And now that we have more testing, I feel safe bringing her into the water knowing that we're being more on top of it. So as the committee goes forward and plans how they're going to govern the water, everything that happened last year was a huge break that I didn't foresee happening. So if we can take that into consideration and keep prioritizing their well-being over any private interest, that would be our great request. Thank you.
All right, I think we've got time for one more, and then we'll get to everybody else after the break.
Good morning. I'm Elizabeth Capozzi here representing the Everglades Trust. I'm going to read our statement. So, our first comment is about sugar lobbyists. As it's been reported and verified, there are 3 sugar lobbyists who have been appointed by Nikki Fried to the committee to represent her agency. But the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Affairs works for the people. We're the consumers and the taxpayers. We do not want sugar lobbyists representing our interests. Big Sugar, corporate interests, have already taken a position on these matters before you. So allowing them to serve as members of this public committee represents an enormous conflict of interest. These types of shenanigans need to come to a halt and those members removed. We would also like to point out that there are a number of fake groups out there working on behalf of the sugar industry to sway the public's and your opinions. In fact, I see some of them here today. We ask that you do this important work, keeping that in mind. It's an awful betrayal of the public's trust. But like big tobacco, it's what Big Sugar does. Our second comment is about lake levels. Contrary to their opinion, the water in Lake Okeechobee does not belong to the sugar industry. Though through purposeful law, our state does not give private hands control of the public's water. It belongs to all of us. But all of us have not been taken into consideration. For too long, sugar's interests have come above all others, especially the Everglades and coastal estuaries. The public's drinking water supply, the coastal estuaries, and the Everglades have taken a back seat. This paradigm is deeply flawed, and we are all living with the consequences of it. Reprioritizing the users of water should be job number 1 when considering the lake's operation schedule. Lastly, for 3 decades, the Everglades Trust has worked to fix the broken water management system, forecasting with sound science the economic and environmental damage that would come. 2011, 2013, 2016, 2017, and 2018 are all glaring examples of what happens to the environment and the economy as a direct result of this flawed management. The Everglades are parched. Right now, today, with no water flowing into Everglades National Park, the gates are closed. Not enough water is being sent from the lake to the Caloosahatchee, but sugar is getting the water it wants. The headlines show us and the world just how bad it gets in Florida when there's too much water in a broken system. Toxic poison in our waterway, the carnage of dead sea life on our shores. But right now, there's not enough water in the system, which is why we have been working so hard to get the EAA reservoir online. And thankfully, Governor DeSantis agrees. We're still treating our water as if it's the 1940s and 50s. Our hope is that this committee will look at all of these things together, recognizing the international importance of this region, and finally bring South Florida into the 21st century. Thank you for your consideration of our requests and comments.
All right, we've got 3 more comments, 1 on the phone and 2 here. So I'm going to ask, try to keep it short so we can get done and take a quick break, and then we want to let Jessica have time to talk about the round 2 sensitivity runs. I'm sure everybody's kind of getting hungry, so I want to get everybody out of here as soon as we can. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Mailer. I live in Martin County on the ICW. I duck hunt Okeechobee, and I'm with the United Waterfowlers. I've been duck hunting on Okeechobee for over 20 years, and I've seen that lake absolutely get destroyed. Not necessarily man's fault, but the manipulation of that lake is definitely not looking out for the environmental side of it. I appreciate that we didn't have any discharges into our estuaries, but I will say that when that lake is healthy and you discharge water, you don't have those problems. The lake needs to be raised up. Hopefully you guys can get the dike fixed back. They seem to build that thing in 3 years in 1940 something, but we can't fix it in today's technology. But anyway, if we can get the lake level up and get the submerged vegetation back in the lake to clean the water, because all of this water is coming from the Orlando area, the Kissimmee Valley. The Army Corps had a brilliant idea. Let's straighten the Kissimmee River and flow water right into the lake like it was a cesspool. And so that's where these problems have started from. And now man is trying to put back nature the way it was. And anytime you alter nature, there's 15, 20, 100 consequences to go along with it. You guys have a very hard job, but the environmental side of it really needs to be taken care of. And 10.5 feet for that lake is a disaster. I've hunted that lake when it was at 15, 16 foot in the fall, and it was beautiful, pristine, clean, thousands and thousands of acres of submerged vegetation. I've been there this year. It's horrible, horrible. One of the worst years other than 2011 when it was a bowl and it had no submerged vegetation. You need to get it straight, guys.
Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. This one doesn't, oh, there it is, sorry. He said a lot of what I came before you to say. You know, since I started talking about this in 2013, I have always come to the podium and said, we have to handle the entire system from the top down. We have to quit pretending all of our problems start with Lake O. You have a nearly 5,000 square mile drainage basin north of that lake. All of it running pretty much unabated and in some cases expedited, i.e. the Kissimmee River, which we're working on, right into the lake itself. You have a lot of internal loading in the lake because there are a lot of legacy issues north of the lake that we have to work on fixing. What we're trying to do here is figure out how we manage the lake, but we also have to keep in mind the nutrient loading and the issues that have to be solved north of the lake. Now, talking about water supply, there is this misnomer that water supply is all about agriculture. The way that Lake Okeechobee works is it is how water actually is kept in your groundwater south of the lake, if that makes sense. We have actually cutoff walls that they have had to put in because we have seepage issues around the lake itself. That's because the lake here level affects your groundwater here underneath the lake and down into the Everglades. That's important because that's your drinking water if you live anywhere south of Lake Okeechobee. That's where the drinking water wells come from. That freshwater head kept in the lake is what keeps Grassy Waters Preserve hydrated and a lot of those well fields from becoming saltwater intruded, okay? So it's really difficult to separate out municipal water supply and agricultural water supply because it all flows together there with the interaction between the surface water in the lake and the groundwater and how that all flows that direction, okay? So there are some really basic hydrologic scientific things that I think a lot of the public doesn't understand because they haven't looked at all of the different layers to this conversation. So I just encourage you to continue to mind the science. We know what the ecology of the lake requires. I agree with Newton that there is a lot to be said for taking care of the heart of the entire Everglades system so that those of us downstream benefit. I could say so much more, but I know he's going to get really frustrated. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch.
All right, thank you everyone for your patience. All right, one more. We have Rayanne Wessel on the line, and then we're going to take a break, I promise.
Thank you. Just 3 quick items standing between you and lunch. So on Jessica's presentation on water supply, she referred to the environmental water supply as being in a separate sub-team, but I didn't hear that addressed. I'm wondering if we're going to hear that today or who we make comments to on the environmental water supply sub-team. Second item then is for Ann on the ecosystem sub-team. There were 2 items that I made notes about, and I think Jim Riley referred to them, and I'm hoping that the eco sub-team is going to, in addition to looking at the frequency of Caloosahatchee flows below and above optimals, we actually look at optimals, and Jim's sub-team did talk about that. And then second item for Ann's sub-team was ecological metrics. I didn't see anything for the Caloosahatchee estuary or the St. Lucie, and there was a question about missing ecological metric groups, and it seemed to me that that was one that was missing. And then lastly, I was just confused. Tim, your slide said the March meeting is on the 31st. The website and the press release say the 26th. So just a clarification on that. That's all I have. Thanks.
All right. And yeah, to clarify that for everybody, the March meeting is on the 31st. I'll revise the invite to the PDT to reflect that. So, all right. We'll take a break until 12:20 and get back. I want to have everybody out of here by 1 o'clock so you can get to lunch. So we'll reconvene at 12:20 and start promptly. Thank you. You're good. All right, if I can ask everybody to take their seats, we want to go ahead and get started so we can get out of here at 1. I would say go ahead. Okay.
All right, so we're just going to go ahead and get started, and I'm going to go ahead and go over one of the things we've covered in many of the meetings, but really quickly. So I'm going to go back, and I think what we've heard today is that, public health and safety, where does it lie in the priorities on the list? And just to recap for everybody, our main study objectives, and these are what we're developing performance measures, are going to measure whether we've met these objectives. And one of our main objectives is to manage the risk to public health and safety, life and property. And so just wanted to recapture that and let everybody know that that is one of our main objectives, as well as enhance the ecology. And so just to recap, and we'll probably should recap this at every PDT meeting just to refresh everybody's memory and just kind of what our focus is and moving forward. But all the work that each sub-team is doing is really to support these 4 objectives that we've all developed. So now I'll turn it over to Jessica, let her cover the results of the modeling round 2 sensitivity.
It's not really a good place up here to do it. All right, good afternoon. It is afternoon now, and so I know everybody's hungry. I apologize if you hear my stomach rumbling. We'll try to get through this as quickly as possible, but I also encourage you to please ask questions or stop me along the way if you have any questions about what we're presenting. Just to start out, I want to give just a real brief introduction. So we, Corps of Engineers, came up with this idea to do these sensitivity runs. And what we're, just real quick review, what are they? We're using simplified models and data processing techniques. And we're going to analyze a broad range of options and identify any ideas that we want to look at further when we go into the alternatives formulation. They're not alternatives, and they're not designed to result in a balance between the purposes. That being said, that was our intent when we developed our suite of sensitivity runs. We put an invitation out to the PDT and members of the public and asked for your input and things that you would like to see analyzed. And we got about, I think it was a total of 14 submissions. Some of them were from the Corps of Engineers, some were from the members of the public, other members of the PDT. And what we did was we went through that list, and all of the submissions are contained in this PowerPoint. We'll get to that. Probably kind of breeze through them, but they are there is an explanation for each in this for your reference. So some of those submittals did not really adhere to the true intent of the sensitivity run, at least as how we had conceived that idea, but we decided to go ahead and simulate these runs anyway. So today, because we had so many submittals, we're going to divide this discussion up into 2 separate discussions. Today, we're going to deal with everything that we think still falls into this sensitivity bucket, and then either next week or the following week, we will address the runs that we think are, trying to balance competing objectives within the system or look at multiple components within the system to try to achieve, a specific purpose. So we'll talk about those later. I will briefly mention them today, but we will send out after this meeting a follow-on so that we can discuss, some of those other other topics. So again, like I said, the sensitivity, why we're using the modeling to test the effects from specific changes to LACO operations. And we're going to use this information as we move forward in the development of our alternatives. And again, this is information we've talked about before. It's just the basic information about the loops model. It's a spreadsheet model, and it simulates the lake stages and discharges through the primary lake outlets. And it's based on a user-defined regulation schedule. So most of these runs, sensitivity runs, we looked at specific changes to the schedule, and then we evaluated what the impacts were to the system. And the period of record that we're using for this is 46 years, 65 to 2012. This is just a brief recap of the sensitivity runs that we looked at in round 1. Some of these runs we're looking at again in round 2, variations on runs that we looked at in round 1. And for those instances, I have included both the round 1 and round 2 runs so that you can see the comparison between them. This is, okay, so here, the next several slides basically go through the 14 runs. I'm going to skip to the summary slide, but know that this information is here to kind of give you the language that's included in this table was the language that was included in the form submitted by whomever submitted it, the requester. So we'll just tab through these real quick, but this information is here. And if you, upon review, if you have any questions about this information, please feel free to contact me. I do want to make a note, as I was flipping through these, I did notice this red text that I put there to capture my attention. And for sensitivity run 3, there was actually 2 proposals. And one was to look at an MFL scenario of 457 CFS, and then another scenario of 650 CFS. And as part of our analysis, we did look at the revised Caloosahatchee MFL scenario 457 CFS, but we did not evaluate the 650 CFS because it is not the MFL. And since we felt like the purpose of this sensitivity run was to evaluate the effects on the system when all MFLs were attempted to be met, we did not use the 650. For, again, on sensitivity run number 9, there was a proposal that requested us look at attempting to target the draft Lake Okeechobee stage envelope performance metric. We felt like since this, at the time that this request was received, that metric was out for review to the public and interested stakeholders. We felt like since it was draft, we were going to let this, the new stage envelope performance metric mature before we start to evaluate it. So this is something we'll probably look at in the, as we move forward in the process, but we decided not to evaluate it at this time. And then the
Slides aren't available to the phone participants.
Yeah, people on the phone haven't been able to see any of the slides.
Apologize for that. No, it's not showing. It's not working.
Got it.
All right, my apologies. Every system, although it may seem simple, every system works differently. Okay. Are we all good? Can you all on the phone see that?
Yes, thanks.
Yes.
All right, great. Sorry about that. Okay, so as I was saying, the last sensitivity run that was requested was, the proposal was to evaluate holding the C51 at or above 7 feet with zero flows through the G94 structures. So since this proposal did not directly relate to the Lake Okeechobee regulation schedule and their proposed operations, we're deferring this evaluation. All right, so here's just this, like I said, the summary of the sensitivity runs. And I'll just briefly go through the ones that we're going to talk about today, and then the remainder, like I said, the next week or two, we'll set up another meeting to discuss. And we will make available the, after this meeting, we'll make available the presentations and also the loop spreadsheets that the output is based on. And so you'll have that information to look at, try to digest between now and our next meeting, and we can then go over some things in a little bit more detail. So our baseline is, of course, LORS 08. The first run, we're going to shorthand 5% CB. Basically, the proposal was to reduce the Lake O water shortage management ban cutbacks to 5% for phases 1 through 4. And the purpose of that was to try to achieve the 1 in 10 cutback frequency for a number of years greater than 100,000 acre feet. To run 2A, it's a modification of the first round. We are modifying the LORS 08 to target a stage of 11.5 feet on May 31st. So we're changing the bands to try to achieve an 11.5 foot stage. 4A, we're looking at S77. We want the regulatory releases to not exceed 2,000 CFS at S79 when the runoff at C43 is less than 2,000 CFS. And similarly for 4B, except the value is 2,800 CFS. And so if you'll remember from round 1, we looked at limiting the S77 discharges to 1,250 CFS in a similar type of evaluation. And so in this, we'll show all 3 of those and how they relate to LORS 2008. Run 5, we are not making Lake O regulatory releases to the L8 canal via C10A. However, Culvert 10A is open for water supply and backflow to the lake as needed for flood risk management and backflow, flood risk management, and then water supply to the L8. No S308 RG. It is also a modification of a round 1 sensitivity analysis that we looked at. In this one, we're not releasing regulatory releases from the lake through S308. However, we do open S308 for water supply and backflow as necessary. Run 3, S79, 457. We're using the lake to supplement the C43 runoff with a focus of always delivering the revised MFL of 457 CFS. And we are not, in this scenario, using 308 for regulatory discharge. So we're trying to balance and we're trying to do desirable, trying to have desirable outcomes for both estuaries in this, always supplying the MFL to the Caloosahatchee and 0 regulatory releases to the St. Lucie. And then in run 10, that was a follow-on. We're looking at, it is the run 3, but then we are revised the LORS bands to try to recover some of the Lake Okeechobee MFL performance that was lost in run 3. And so run 10 will show us if we try to meet the MFL in Caloosahatchee and we have 0 discharges to St. Lucie, and we want to meet the MFL in the lake, so desirable environmental conditions for those 3 locations, what happens? So stay tuned. That's run 10. And these are the additional runs. Like I said, we'll talk about these in a week or two. And I would encourage you to, if you want to take a preview of them, go ahead and dig into the spreadsheets. It's fun stuff. Just a real quick recap of the sensitivity analysis PMs. I think we had 21 PMs. They're all included in the spreadsheet. They are not all included in this presentation. I tried to, depending on which run we're talking about, pulled out relevant information, and the graphics are annotated with some of our findings. So if there's specific graphic that you don't see in the presentation, you can get it from the Excel spreadsheet. All right, into the results. So again, this is the round 2, run 1. We're looking at adjusting the Lake Okeechobee water shortage management cutbacks, and we are doing this to try to achieve a 1 in 10 performance for water supply. And so the table is down at the bottom. This is just for the folks that are actually plan on looking at the spreadsheet or are familiar with loops. This is where in the loop spreadsheet there's some input areas for the percent cutbacks to LOSA. And so on the left you can see those are the cutbacks that are normal cutbacks that are implemented per current Florida statute. And on the right are the proposed changes as a 5% cutback across all zones. I think it's, hold on, it's, for some reason it's hung up. Okay, it's just lagging. Sorry about that. Okay, so here is just the illustration of the schedule for this run. Just shows, there's just this shaded area, just for those that aren't really familiar with where the Lake Water Shortage Management Zone is on the schedule, and then we have annotated the different areas for the phase 1 through 4 water restrictions. So we didn't adjust the elevations at all. We just adjusted those cutback percentages for this run. Okay. So is there someone that wanted to say something on the line? Okay. I'm just getting a little bit of feedback. I wasn't sure if someone was had something to say. Okay, so here the frequency and duration of LOSA water shortages. Overall, with this implementation, of course, we're reducing the number of the percentage cutbacks. We see an improvement in the number of cutback months and years that have at least one cutback month. And overall, we have only 5 years out of 45 with greater than 100,000 acre feet cutback. So that's a 1 in 9 level of service. We also are showing the reduction in this volume. We have a reduction in the cutback volumes under this. We're showing on the stage duration curves, we're allowing more water supply when the lake stage is in the LACO water shortage management band. That obviously will create lower lake stages. So you can see that the tail end of the stage duration curve, the separation between the two. Otherwise, the peak stages on the lake aren't affected, and the stages in the middle ranges are slightly lower for this. We've got, as far as the stage envelope, the performance is worse for departures below the envelope. We just saw that in the stage duration curve. We're lower at the tail, and so we are seeing lower lake stages, because as the lake gets lower, we're not cutting back as much for the water supply. We don't really have much difference in the percent of time at different lake stages within the stage envelope. We had a small increase in the LACO MFL rule exceedances by 1 event. As far as the mean regulatory discharges, we had a slight decrease in the total LACO regulatory volume to both estuaries. So we're taking more water out of the lake, less cutback. As far as the lake-triggered high discharge years to the Caloosahatchee, they were decreased by 1 year, and the high discharge months were decreased by 2 months. For St. Lucie, the years again decreased by 1. We had 1 month decrease in the high discharge months, and a decrease of 1 month in the number of basin-triggered high discharge months due to backflow. So in summary, for run 1 of round 2, we had improved performance for LOSA water supply. We reduced the frequency of cutbacks to about a 1 in 9. Our drought year cutback volume improved. We had a slight reduction in the lake-triggered high discharges to both St. Lucie and Caloosahatchee. On the flip side, performance decreased for the Lake O stage. The minimum stage was about 1.5 feet lower, and the percent of time less than 9 feet was almost double. Our stage envelope performance worsened for the departures below the envelope, and then we had an increase in the Lake O MFL exceedances. So in conclusion, the relaxing of the water shortage cutbacks, it can reduce the frequency to a 1 in 10, but we're seeing adverse impacts to the performance objectives that are associated with the Lake Okeechobee stages. For round 2, run 2A. And if there's anything that you guys, on a specific run, if you want to ask a question, go ahead and interrupt me instead of waiting right till the end, if, just to keep the comments timely. Okay, so this one we are modifying, we want to move the stage to 11.5 feet instead of 10.5. And this is an illustration of what the schedule looks like when you try to do that. That's the 10.5. Sorry, that was the 10.5. This is the 11.5. Here's the stage duration curves. We'll start with this one this time. So the black line is represents LORS 08. The red line is the simulation going to 10.5 feet on May 31st, and the blue line is the 11.5 feet on May 31st. So some of the salient points from this graphic, lowering the lake to 11.5 feet prior to the wet season results in overall higher stages than the 10.5 foot run. The peak stages for both simulations are lower than LORS 08. And overall, our stages are much lower than LORS when we're trying to achieve this low target elevation prior to the start of the wet season. And so let's see how that affects some of the other indicators. As far as a mean annual regulatory discharge, we have a significant increase in regulatory volume to both estuaries as compared to LORS 2008. The number of MFL rule exceedance events doubles under both scenarios, the 10.5 and the 11.5. We're holding the lake much lower overall. The impacts to water supply, as far as the frequency and duration of the LOSA water shortages, the number of cutback months increase, 53 months for the 10.5, and it's from 53 to 87 for the 11.5. I'm sorry about that. And the number of cutback years goes from 19 to 27 for the 11.5. So when you're looking at 11.5, the performance as far as the cutbacks is better than the 10.5, but still much worse than LORS. And 16 years out of 45 with greater than 100,000 acre feet cutbacks, so that's a 1 in 3. As far as the water shortage management cutback volumes, we have an increase under both scenarios for the shortage. Now we'll look at the flows to both through S79 and to Caloosahatchee and to St. Lucie. We've got an increase in damaging flows to the Caloosahatchee estuary under both of these scenarios, and a decrease in favorable flows of volume that is favorable to salinity conditions within the estuary. The number of high discharge months to Caloosahatchee, as far as the number of years, increased by 2 years for this 11.5, and the number of high discharge months, lake triggered, increased by 31 months. For the St. Lucie, we also see an increase in the damaging flows and a decrease in flows favorable to estuarine salinity conditions. For the St. Lucie high discharge months, the number of lake-triggered high discharge years increased by 1 for this 11.5 scenario, and an increase of 12 months for lake-triggered high discharges. In summary, we did have improved performance under both of these scenarios for the high lake stage events, anything over 17 feet. However, the performance overall was decreased for the volume of regulatory releases to the estuaries, the number of high discharge events to the estuaries, Lake O MFL violations, water supply cutback months, years, and volumes. So in conclusion, as a result of these analyses, the conclusion is as follows. Attempting to achieve this target stage of 10.5 to 11.5 feet before the beginning of the wet season, we're showing adverse impacts to performance objectives associated with low lake stages and high discharges to the estuaries. All right. So this is run 4A and 4B. They're modifications of round 1, run 3, where we looked at S77 limited to 1,250 CFS. So 4A, again, limits it to 2. Excuse me? Do we have a comment? No? Okay. Okay. If you guys could mute your phones, please, thank you, those that are on the phone. Okay, and so again, we're looking at 1,250, 2,000 CFS, and 2,800 CFS as far as it flows from 77 in this set of runs. Here's the 2,000. It's just illustrated basically in the bars that are on the right side of the graphic. You can see there S77's at 2,000, and in this one it's at 2,800. So those are the two graphics. We're going to look at the flows first because that's what we're talking about modifying in this run. And so the monthly mean flows to Caloosahatchee at S79. Under these operations, we're seeing an increase in favorable flows to the Caloosahatchee estuary at S79. So we're limiting the flows 1,250 CFS, 2,000, and 2,800. So we're seeing the benefits of that. And we also have a decrease overall in the damaging flows to the Caloosahatchee estuary. The number of high discharge months greater than 2,800 CFS, we decreased by 12 years and 2 years between the two runs, the 2,000 and the 2,800 CFS. And the number of high discharge months decreased by 35 months and 1 month between the two scenarios and LORS as compared to LORS. As far as the St. Lucie, the effects on the St. Lucie of this operation limiting flows through Caloosahatchee, we had a decrease in the favorable low flows, those less than 900 CFS in the St. Lucie. We had an increase in favorable mid-range flows, but we also had an increase in damaging flows. So we're not allowing flows to Caloosahatchee, so they have to go. In this scenario, we're having more flows going to the St. Lucie estuary. And you can see in this graphic where as the flows to Caloosahatchee, as we allow the flows to Caloosahatchee to increase, flows that are required to go to St. Lucie decrease, but they're still higher than those under LORS 08. For the mean annual regulatory discharge, we actually have a decrease in the total regulatory volume to Caloosahatchee Estuary. Obviously, that's what we're looking at. We're limiting flows. But we have a significant increase in the total regulatory volume to the St. Lucie Estuary. And you can see that that's the yellow bars in this graphic. So the overall volume that was regulatory release from the lake is lower than LORS 2008. The bars, the height of the bars, overall height is lower, but we have a lot more going to the St. Lucie. Here's a stage duration curve for this set of simulations. We have peak lake stages higher than LORS by about a foot for each of these runs. So we're holding more water in the lake because we're limiting the amount that we can discharge through the Caloosahatchee. The duration of our peak stages that are greater than 17 feet is increased by over 300 days for each of the runs. And we have overall higher stages than LORS when we're limiting releases through S77. Here's the stage envelope scores. We had better performance for departures below the envelope. We were holding the water higher, so that's pretty obvious. And our performance was worse for departures above the envelope. So more water in the lake, we've got more time above that stage envelope. Consequently, we're seeing an overall higher potential for large-scale algal blooms within the lake based on the water depth. So for how do these affect the LOSA water shortages? We had a decrease in the number of cutback months. We had a decrease in the number of cutback years, and we had 8 years out of 45 with greater than 100,000 acre-foot cutback, which was the same as LORS. So we didn't see any increase. Our level of service, as far as years, stayed the same, but the number of months with cutbacks decreased for all of these scenarios. So we're holding more water in the lake. More is available for water supply. Here's the cutback volumes. A decrease, but not much change as far as magnitude from LORS. So in summary, for this evaluation, again, we modified the volumes through S77 for regulatory releases. We had an improved performance for water shortage cutback months and volumes, and an improvement in the number of high volume releases to the Caloosahatchee, it's getting me tongue-tied, Caloosahatchee Estuary. However, our performance was decreased for high lake stages, which relates to more dam safety risk, a higher potential for lake algal bloom formation, and more departures above the favorable lake stage envelope, which ties to the lake ecology. And we also had more high volume releases to St. Lucie. So limiting the high flows to the Caloosahatchee provides benefits to water supply and Caloosahatchee estuary salinity, but it causes adverse impacts to other performance objectives associated with high lake stage and with high volume releases to St. Lucie. For run 6, we looked at something similar. Round 1, run 1 is where we closed S308 completely. There were no regulatory releases, no water supply, and no flood control benefits. In this round 2 evaluation, we're still not releasing regulatory releases at 308, but we are allowing water supply for C44 basin, and we're allowing backflow of C44 basin runoff into the lake. Here's an illustration of the reg schedule that we implemented for this simulation. And again, the stage duration curves for the lake. Again, the black line is LORS, the red line is the round 1 simulation, where we completely closed 308, and the blue line is the round 2 simulation, where we do allow water supply releases from the lake and backflow into the lake for flood risk management. So we've got about half a foot increase in peak lake stages on the lake with the implementation of either of those changes to the lake management. The duration of peak stages greater than 17 feet, we've got an increase of over 150 days for both simulations. And again, overall lake stages are higher than lowers when we're eliminating regulatory releases to the St. Lucie through S308. And so here we are. We're going to look at exactly what is happening to St. Lucie and the distribution of flows to the estuary. Overall, we're seeing an increase in the favorable low flows, those less than 900 CFS, and a decrease in the damaging flows. That's reflected by the red bar in the bar chart. For the high discharge months, those are greater than 2,000 CFS to St. Lucie. The number of lake-triggered high discharge years was eliminated, and high discharge months were also eliminated. We've got the structure closed, so consequently, we don't have any lake-triggered high discharge events. In the no S308 run, you can see the effect of not allowing the backflow basin runoff into the lake. That's why that brown bar is larger than that for Lours. So we're not allowing backflow, so that water has to go to the St. Lucie. And then in the no 308 RG, the last bar, you can see that since we're allowing backflow back into the lake, you are recovering some of that performance, so you're not having the number of adverse high discharge events to the St. Lucie under that operating scenario. The total mean annual regulatory discharge, we had an increase in the total volume to Caloosahatchee, substantial increase over Lours. Obviously nothing to St. Lucie. Here's the distribution of the monthly mean flows at S79. Again, a decrease in the favorable flows and an increase in damaging flows. For the Caloosahatchee high discharge months greater than 2,800 CFS, we had an increase in the number of lake-triggered high discharge years. It was an increase of 1 year for both simulations, and then an increase of 18 months for the lake-triggered high discharges. Basin-triggered stayed the same amongst all the alternatives. As far as LOSA water shortages, the number of cutback months decrease very slightly. Number of cutback years are about the same. And we have 8 or 9 years out of 45 with greater than 100,000 acre-feet of cutback. So slight change on one and none on the other. So not a lot of impact to water shortages for LOSA. We do have an overall decrease in the water shortage cutback volumes, relatively small as compared to Lours. Here's the stage envelope performance. We're overall better for departures below the envelope and worse for departures above the envelope. And here's just the percent of time within the stage envelope. We have less time within the stage envelope and more above. And we have an overall higher potential for large-scale lake algal blooms under both of these scenarios. In summary, for this run where we were evaluating limitations to the flow through S308, we had an overall performance improval for the water shortage cutback months and volumes, very small again. And again, no lake-triggered high-volume releases to the St. Lucie estuary, so that's a large benefit. We had a decreased performance for high lake stages, more dam safety risk, which would lead to more dam safety risk, a higher potential for algal bloom formation within the lake, and more departures above the favorable lake stage envelope for ecology. And we had also decrease in performance in the high-volume releases to Caloosahatchee. So we have the conclusion is when we're limiting flows to St. Lucie estuary through S308, it does provide benefits to water supply and salinity conditions within the St. Lucie estuary. But it does cause adverse impacts with objectives associated with high lake stages and high volume releases to the Caloosahatchee estuary. Okay, I gotta take a sip. Give me just a second. Thanks. Okay, so for Run 5, no L8 reg. And the reason we've got these strange names is that's how they're labeled in the spreadsheet. So that first little part is the spreadsheet name, and that's also the annotation. So I just wanted to make it clear when we put these together. So in this scenario, we're removing any regulatory releases that we would make to the L8 canal via Culvert 10A. However, we do have Culvert 10A open for both water supply and backflow into the lake as needed. Here's the schedule. All the zones and everything stay the same. That's the only change as far as lake operations. Here's the stage duration curves. We have very similar peak lake stages, little difference from LORS 08, and overall we have a very slight increase in stages over LORS for this scenario. So not a large volume of water that we're talking about that's released through Culvert 10A to L8. So you can see that reflected in the small difference between the stage duration curves. And here in the mean annual regulatory discharge, you can see there was an increase in the volume to both the Caloosahatchee and the St. Lucie estuaries. Overall, it looks like Caloosahatchee took a little bit larger mean annual discharge as far as the hit when we removed that flow to L8. We do have an increase, this graphic shows an increase in the damaging flows to St. Lucie. We had an increase in the number of lake-triggered high discharge years to St. Lucie and an increase in the number of lake-triggered high discharge months to St. Lucie, but 4 months over the period of record. For S79, Caloosahatchee, we also had an increase in damaging flows. The number of lake-triggered high discharge years also increased by a year, and the months also increased by 4 months. So increases, but not, not too extreme. The number of cutback months as far as the water shortages, they decreased, and the number of cutback years with at least one cutback month were unchanged. We did have a decrease overall in the water shortage cutback volumes. The stage envelope performance, we were better for departures below the envelope and worse for departures above the envelope. Overall, we had less time within the stage envelope and more time above, and therefore a higher potential for a larger scale lake bloom. We did have a decrease in the LACO MFL rule exceedances under this scenario by 2. So overall, in summary, we did have improved performances for the LACO MFL exceedances and water shortage cutback months and volumes. Our performance was decreased for high lake stages very slightly, and for the regulatory releases to the 2 estuaries. And so we do have benefits when we're limiting flows to L8 through Culvert 10A. We do have some benefits to water supply and the LACO MFL, but we do also have some adverse impacts to other performance objectives associated with the high lake stages. So, as we've been talking about, it's like we've got this teeter-totter. So one goes up, one goes down. So that's, I think it's quite interesting. And this is the last, these are the last 2 runs, and we're going to look at them in tandem because, like I said, these are the 2. So the first one, we're evaluating the MFL, meeting the new revised MFL on Caloosahatchee estuary. And at the same time, we are not releasing anything through S308 to St. Lucie. So we're trying to treat both estuaries right. And in the second run, run 10, we're taking round 3, and then we're raising the Loers band because we want to recover some Lake O MFL performance. So we're trying to do right environmentally by the lake and both estuaries in run 10. So we'll take a look. Here is the reg schedule for the first run, run 3, and this is for run 10. You can see run 3, run 10. We had to substantially change the elevations of the zones for run 10 to try to recover that Lake O MFL and try to make sure that we were meeting that when we were, doing what we were doing in run 3. So just wanted to call that to your attention. The zones are much higher in run 10. So let's see what else happens. Okay. So as far as the distribution of mean flows to the St. Lucie, we got a decrease in damaging flows to the St. Lucie estuary because we are not, we have no regulatory releases to St. Lucie under either of these scenarios. But we do still have damaging discharges, and those are due to local basin runoff. And here you can see that we do not have any lake-triggered high discharge years to St. Lucie or months, but you do have still the same ones from the local basin runoff. It's actually reduced slightly as compared to Loers for those two simulations. For Caloosahatchee, we also have an increase in damaging flows. We also have an increase in some of the preferential low flows too. For the high discharge months in Caloosahatchee, yeah, we're not looking so good. We have an increase of 7 years in the number of high lake-triggered high discharge years. For the one where we're just trying to meet the MFL in the Caloosahatchee, and when we add the Lake O MFL, it's 3 years. So we get a little bit of improvement. And for the high discharge months, it's 17 months and 7 months when you're comparing both to Loers 08. Overall number of the high discharge months increase by 25 months and 15 months as compared to Loers. So looking at the stage duration curve, the black line is Loers. That neon green is the S79 457. So we're trying to achieve the MFL in Caloosahatchee estuary. And the, I guess it's kind of a dark purple, I'm not quite sure. But the top line is the one where we're trying to recover the lake MFL performance. And so this graphic is very telling. We have much higher peak lake stages in, obviously, in the Lake O MFL run, 3.5 feet higher than the peak stages under Loers 08. And even the one where we're trying to just meet the flow targets, the MFL for Caloosahatchee, we've got a 0.5 foot increase in peak stage over Loers. The duration of the peak stages greater than 17 feet is increased by between 100 and 3,400 days, depending on which simulation we're talking about. And meeting that Caloosahatchee estuary MFL, that we're trying to meet that MFL flow on a consistent basis causes a dramatic increase in low lake stages, with our overall low lake stage less than 6 feet. The minimum stage in that run was 5.59 feet. So anyway, on alternative 10, run 10, you can see what we tried to do is try to recover those lake MFLs. You can see at the low stage ranges, the Loers and run 10 converge, and they're tracking together, and above that green line, That was the goal of that run. We wanted to see that performance improve, and so we did. But to get there, we had to keep the lake stage much higher for the remainder of the year. So here's the stage envelope standard scores. They're really kind of wonky because you don't have both bars for both runs, and I think it's pretty self-explanatory, so we won't talk about that. Again, here's the percent of time within the envelope, lower, higher above the envelope, and lower below the envelope. So again, pretty self-explanatory. For the mean regulatory discharge, it's lower. We're holding more water in the lake, so we're not releasing as much. So under the Caloosahatchee MFL run, we actually had a higher regulatory discharge to the Caloosahatchee, and obviously in both runs, no discharge to St. Lucie. But when we try to meet the MFL in the lake, keeping more water in the lake, and so our regulatory discharge to Caloosahatchee is reduced. So that's positive. So here is the MFL rule exceedance events. So again, that third, or the middle bar, which is the tallest one, we had 15 MFL exceedance events when we're trying to achieve that C43 MFL. And then when we try to meet the lake MFL, we reduce it back down to 9 lake MFL events. Same as LORS. As far as the LOSA water shortages, when we're pushing water to Caloosahatchee to meet the MFL of 457 CFS, we have a significant increase in the number of cutback months. However, when we try to meet the Lake O MFL, we have a reduction in the number of cutback months. And similarly for the number of cutback years greater than 100,000 acre feet. As far as the water shortage management cutback volumes, again, higher cutback volumes when we're trying to meet the Caloosahatchee MFL of 457, and lower volumes when we're trying to meet, also consider the Lake O MFL. So in summary, for these last 2 runs, we had improved performance for the volume of damaging discharges to St. Lucie estuary. We had S308 closed for both of the simulations. We had improved performance for the Lake O MFL exceedances when we tried to achieve improvement in the Lake O MFL exceedances. So in one run we didn't, but when we look at the 2 runs in combination, we did have an improved performance there. We had an overall improvement for the water shortage cutback months, years, and volumes. And most of the, like I said, most of these points are for the run 10, since it was kind of the trying to make everybody whole environmentally. We did have a decreased performance for high lake stages. We had significantly more dam safety risk because we were up over 20 feet, almost 21 feet, I think, in that run. We have a much higher potential for the in-lake algal bloom formation, more departures above the favorable lake stage envelope, so the ecology within the lake suffering. And we had a decreased performance with respect to the regulatory releases to the Caloosahatchee estuary. So we limited flows to St. Lucie, and we attempted to meet the Caloosahatchee and Lake O MFLs. We provided a benefit to water supply, but we had adverse impacts to any objective associated with the high lake stage and or high volume releases to the Caloosahatchee estuary. And with that, that's the last slide. Like I said, that closes out what we feel are simulations that meet the original intent of the sensitivity analyses. There's a summary of the other analyses included in this slide deck, and we will go over those. So please watch your email for a meeting invite where we'll discuss the remainder of the scenarios. So if you have any questions, I'm willing to take them from the PDT at this time. Everybody's too hungry to ask a question? Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for that. That's a ton of information. I guess Tim drew the short straw on LOSOM for, this is a huge lift by the Corps. Mine's not necessarily, well, I have one question. Is the Corps planning on doing any loading analysis of nutrients into the estuaries as part of this study and what that is? Or is that not part of the study at this time?
I'm going to defer that question to their water quality lead.
Okay. Gotcha. Perfect. The next is really just more so a comment, and this is my first meeting, having shown up to LOSOM. I apologize for not being more regularly in attendance at the meeting in the past. So obviously you all have a huge lift in front of you, and this is like that puzzle that my parents gave me of a blue sky when I was growing up. It's really challenging to put all the pieces together and how to make this all happen. So, you know, there's been a lot of discussion here today, and listening to the overall discussion, absorbing all the various pieces of this puzzle, and validating all of them. They're all real, you know, on both coasts and up and down. I am concerned, and maybe this has been discussed in other meetings, but not an evaluation of what happens further downstream to the water conservation areas and further down. We hear a lot about folks talking about, you know, Everglades restoration and moving forward with putting more water into Northeast Shark River Slough. Loxahatchee is a half a foot underneath its regulation schedule. I haven't really heard any discussion today about where Everglades National Park sits in our water management structure. The park has not had, for those that don't know, but the park has not had any water since the middle to beginning of December, and we're not expecting any water into Northeast Shark River Slough. Let me correct that. No water into Northeast Shark River Slough since December, and we're not expecting any until maybe June at the earliest. And we have a new horizon, a new future ahead of us with, you know, operational flexibility and massive funding investments into Tamiami Trail next steps. The Herbert Hoover Dike, we've got an ability to go from managing L29 Tamiami Canal from 7.5 feet to 8.5 feet right now. That's at our doorstep. We have that capacity. We're not using it. And then a future condition, which is not too far off based on the IDS, when we maintain this schedule of moving that upwards of 9.5 feet. And so right now, having seen, I'm concerned with where this is going from Everglades National Park and pushing back on the saltwater intrusion, the loss of peats and irreversible damages that happen as a result of how we manage the lifeblood of South Florida. And don't get me wrong, I acknowledge that there is a lot happening here with the lake, and I truly believe you all at the Corps can figure this out. And we're here, Interior and the Park Service is here to help with this solution here. But I gotta believe that the simple idea of keeping the sponge wetter longer further into the dry season is really what restoration was about, and to have flowing waters continually moving for as long as we can in the system. As the Colonel had represented, restoration is we're moving away from a push system to a pull system. And upon the completion of COP, I hope that water is there so we don't have those irretrievable potential risks of peat fires in the northern portion of the system, and how we evaluate that moving forward with LOSOM and continuing to look at other operational flexibilities and projects to eventually one day get water to the Florida Bay. So there's probably a lot I didn't cover, but I appreciate that huge lift, and I know we got some time, and I really, great job, and look forward to working with you all future.
Thanks. Yeah, and of course, we will be, as we move forward and we move into alternative development and regional modeling evaluation, that's when we'll look at the effects of flows into the greater Everglades and into Everglades National Park proper. And so that's when that evaluation will occur. You're welcome. Any Any other questions from either the floor or the phone, PDT members?
Merritt Matheson, City of Stewart. I'm new at this as well, but in all this modeling, where were the other variables? Inflows and flows south, were they all consistent or were they?
Yes. So that was the great thing about this analysis, and that's why we tried to really limit the variables that we were changing, so that we could see exactly what the effect of raising the lake, raising the lake stage by this amount or decreasing the lake stage by that amount. The inflows and outflows, either inflows from the north or outflows to the south, those were kept constant amongst the alternatives. And the only thing that was changed was that.
Were they constant as just one fixed number, or were they constant, of a year average?
It was a time series, and so the Loops model utilizes time series data from the South Florida Water Management Model, which is known as the 2x2, and so that information is fed into Loops, and then Loops simulates the lake and the lake outlets, but we do have a consistent flow. Unless we're modifying it, the flows south are kept constant. It's not a time series.
Yep, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So do we want to PDT or public comment?
Sorry, I just had one more quick question. This is a forward-looking question. In terms of future, next step runs for this, when is the next time that you're going to do runs like this and present it to the PDT, or are we kind of done with this?
After this, right now, this is probably we're probably going to wrap up our efforts with the Loops model. Like I said, we will have a discussion within the next 2 weeks on the remainder of the runs that were already simulated. But until we get into, we may end up using Loops when we start our alternative formulation before we start actually doing the heavy lifting with the regional models, just for basically internal type use. But I don't think that we'll be doing any more evaluation like this anytime soon. So we'll keep you informed, though. You're welcome.
All right, so before we adjourn, I want to give any members of the public, either in the room or on the phone, last chance for comments.
And Wes would like to make a comment.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. I feel the need to reiterate I know these are sensitivity runs and not alternatives, but it's very important to understand that you're comparing water supplies, permitted optimal use, to an MFL on the Caloosahatchee, which is not even representative of the low flows that we need. So there should be optimums to optimums or cutbacks to cutbacks, but comparing a harm standard for a natural system to an optimal standard for other users, you can't get the right answer on the low side. So we know that we need about 800, so it's almost twice what the MFL is showing. So I just want to put that on the record because I think when we're really looking at performance, we need to be looking at apples and apples. And the second comment, I've had this conversation with Jim Riley, and I'm not sure if it's going to be incorporated, but somebody referenced it there on the PDT with respect to water quality and how we're assessing backflows from both 308 and the L8, and just recognizing that when those are backflowing, I don't know what monitoring is taking into account what's being loaded back into the lake. So I just wanted to make that comment. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. I'll try to be quick. My name is Ryan Rossi. I am the director of the South Florida Water Coalition. Over the last year, we've tried to make as many connections as we can between elected officials and certainly the residents in the Tri-County area to try to find ways to build solutions to our many water resource issues that we face. There's 6.5 million people in the Tri-County area. I haven't gotten a chance to meet all of them yet. Give me a few more years. Whatever the case is, no matter who I'm talking to, whether it's on the elected side, whether it's on the residential side, water supply remains a huge critical concern for them, certainly in regards to how it affects saltwater intrusion, certainly how it affects the possibility of a drought like the city of West Palm experienced exactly 10 years ago. So I just want to say, and I know a few people pointed it out, but in reference to the December meeting, the PDT meeting, where there was some discussions on what role the savings clause would play going forward, I would hope that that would still, at this point, be under consideration, that the Army Corps does what they can to consider the water supply. 6.5 million people is a lot of people. And I know that there's a lot of issues for Florida's future that will concern how we manage our water and the water supply of all of them. So going forward, I would urge you to please continue to make that at the forefront of your agenda and any decisions that are made going forward, because in fact 6.5 million people do depend on that. So thank you very much for your time.
This is Tom Van Lent from the Everglades Foundation.
Oh, can you hold on? We've got somebody at the podium here in the room. You can we'll get you up next, Tom.
Yeah, hi. Doug Gaston, Audubon, Florida. Thanks for the opportunity to address this group. Lots of good information today. And Adam, thanks for your comments about the Greater Everglades system. It's important to keep those other considerations in mind as we talk about this. Earlier today, there was a conversation about how to value and quantify some of the impacts from the different performance metrics, 50-plus performance metrics. And we want to stress that we'd like to see environmental considerations at least given the same footing as other considerations as you think about how to value those things and how to quantify them. It's important to look at what's actually happening on the ground. The technical models and technical analysis is important, but it's important to take a look at what's actually happening in the system. And, I'm out on the lake with my colleague Paul, and you can see that having avoided the high levels and managing the lake to slightly lower levels overall has been good for the lake. It's been good for the estuaries. We've got emergent vegetation, improved SAV in the lake that will help with water quality. And so, it seems that if we focus on lake health, it's also going to have benefits to other parts of the system. And then there was a conversation about the savings clause, and it's our understanding that the savings clause applies to SERP projects to ensure that restoration projects don't affect consumptive use permits that were approved prior to SERP. LOSOM is not SERP. It's not restoration. Therefore, it would be inappropriate to take it into account in LOSOM. We can have a conversation about water supply without trying to shoehorn the savings clause into LOSOM. Thank you.
All right, Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate this PDT meeting and all the information that's been shared so far. I was particularly interested in this morning's discussion of the use of a multi-criteria decision analysis. I think that's a very good way to go. Those have been very successful in the past for a number of different applications. But to that end, I would make two very important points now that need to be addressed before you get to that one. The first is it's going to be really important to disaggregate all of the performance metrics. That you really have to demonstrate what is being traded off or what the options are, rather than lumping everything into a specific metric. And I'll use two examples. One is water supply. There was a comment before. We need to include water supply all in one element, but that's not true. Of course, you can separate out water supply. That just is actually true, because that helps illuminate who gets the water, what the specific policy decisions are. For example, in the LORS 2008, the EIS showed no impact to urban water supply when the lake was lowered. I'll use the other example in the ecology. one performance metric that describes everything about the lake health is probably not going to give the kind of information you need. You used SAV, for example, that has a linear relationship with stage. You're going to have to do all of the components of the lake ecology so that people can understand what is being traded off, or what will get better, what will get worse, and not just lumped into one element with a comment that, well, this is good for the lake or bad for the lake. We really need to know the specifics. And lastly, I'd say it's going to be clear, have to be clear to the public that the objective function you use is in the public interest and the public good. If it's just the agencies sitting around the table carving it up and who's at the table matters, I don't think you're going to get the buy-in you need to show that this is in the best overall economic and quality of life for the most people in South Florida. So keep those two things in mind. Disaggregate and make sure that it's clear this is in the public interest are going to be really important for that MCDA analysis to succeed.
Thanks, Tom.
Hi, again, Blair Wickstrom with Florida Sportsman. Again, I earlier heard that there was mandatory releases to the St. Lucie that were to be considered, and I just wanted to sort of, again, be on record that hopefully there's no releases to the St. Lucie. It's, I think that would be the goal, and that they're not the same as the Caloosahatchee. And so ideally it's zero releases, and hopefully that's the goal, and the modeling should be, I think, in that regard. In terms of the questions on the Run 10, the amount of water going into the Everglades, the amount going into the system, into the STAs. In 2015, we put 500,000 acre-feet into the STAs, and they did very well. Did any of that modeling reflect increasing or decreasing the amount going into the natural system or the STAs? Was that kept consistent? I mean, I would like to see a goal of 250,000 acre-feet going from the lake into the STAs during the dry season. I think that would make a difference in those modeling outcomes. Okay, and for Run 10? Okay, because I think that's clearly important. And just one last point, because my fellow duck hunter friend is following me. I just, again, wanted to say that clean water from the lake is obviously a goal, and I'm with you 100%. I want to see clean water in the lake, but I don't want to see it in the St. Lucie estuary, because clean water in the estuary in the neighborhood of 100 billion gallons is just as bad for the estuary. Not as bad for the people and the health, but it is bad for the estuary. Thank you.
Blair and I have an ongoing Facebook run. They're very pleasant and nice people, I might add. Newton, Cook County waterfalls. A couple of quick things. While we're talking SDAs, I was out at the SDAs the other day. I stand right there at that microphone and I tell people, SAV is for the money. Cattails are for free. We've got about $2 billion in the freaking SDAs right now, and Dr. Gray, Susan Gray, stood right there about 6 months ago and said, we put 65% of the lake water going south through the SDAs, and we've done damage to them. And I can tell you right now, as a duck hunter, we're talking about how many places we're going to have to cut for people to go hunt on the SDAs because they're turning into a cattail monoculture. If you go out to Lakeside SDA, it's a cattail monoculture. I think we got $300 million in that one. You can build a dike and run water in it and get cattails. You don't have to spend a dime on the science. And we're ruining the SDAs. And the water that was going out of the SDAs is 18 parts per billion into the south. Now goes out at 28 parts per billion. You cannot put 120 to 250 parts per billion lake water in the SDAs without ruining them. Simple fact. Now, if you want to just build more WCA2s where the north is all cattails, which is what you have there, and then it gets better and better as it goes south, but that's for free. Now, I liked your presentation, but I didn't understand much of it because I'm a layman. The question is, the people answering want to know, all my people want to know is, if you put the lake down to 10.5 feet every year by May 1st, will there be more or less damaging discharges to the estuaries? The colonel stood in a meeting in Stewart about 2 years ago, the former colonel, and got up and said, if you make me force that lake down to 10.5 feet every May 1st, you're going to get more damaging discharges, not less. And I agree with Blair. We don't need all that fresh water, but if you got to push the lake down, where you think it's going to go right out to C44, C43. You say, well, why? Anybody want to tell me what the total capacity to move water south out of the lake is? Anybody want to raise their hand and tell me? They could, 6,000 CFS. 6,000 CFS out the bottom end of the lake towards the EA. Do you know what the water is in January of 2016 during that little rainstorm we had? 18,000 CFS coming in at the top of the lake. Do you know what it was at Irma? 30,000 CFS coming in the top of the lake. When you got a rainstorm and it's raining on the lake, above the lake, south of the lake, and you can have 18 to 30,000 CFS coming in to Kissimmee into the top of the lake, and your maximum capacity down here is 6,000 CFS, guess what? Our St. Lucie is going to get bombed. And nobody's even talking about building a structure at the south end of the lake that can handle 18,000 CFS. There's plenty of capacity south of the lake to put 18,000 CFS at the Tamiami Trail. We can do that today. There's no need to flood anybody. We can put the water at the trail, 18,000 CFS today. We can't get it on the trail. Two reasons. One, the capacity is not there yet, but it will be when Mod Waters is done. It will be. But the reason it can't go on the trail is very simple. The U.S. Department of Interior only allows up to 6,000 CFS to go on the trail. And 9 months of the year, maybe not that, to protect the Cape Sable seaside sparrow nesting period, January to August. The Corps engineers can't make more water go on that trail when they go to the federal pen by putting it under there. Now, people stand up here and make a lot of comments, but I've been doing this for over 15 years, and I'm telling you, restrictions at the trail are 6,000 CFS. Restrictions at the bottom of the lake are 6,000 CFS. And the Corps can't do a damn thing about it. We need a new structure at the bottom of the lake, 18,000 CFS. Mandatory if you're going to stop the estuaries from being bombed. Because every rain period we get 18 to 30,000 CFS going in the lake, and we got nowhere to get it out. 6 times faster coming in than going out. So I like bear. I don't want it running out my estuary either. Thank you.
Hi there. I'm not quite as upset as Newt, but for the record, my name is Mike Collins, here representing Mike Collins. I was governing board chair when we passed legislation, state and federal, on SERP. And I was a member of the Governor's Commission from start to finish, and I chaired the committee that wrote the savings clause. There are a lot of opinions out there now about what it is and what it means and what it's for. I really don't have a whole lot of opinions. I can tell you what we wrote and why we wrote it and what's in statute. There were 2 goals when we started, and that committee included Dexter Leitinen, who filed the original USA lawsuit, Stuart Strahl from Audubon, who was, to this day, the best ecosystem scientist I ever had the privilege of working with, and representatives of the agricultural industry and a fishing guide. I chaired it. We had 2 goals. One was to build enough political support that we could actually pass legislation to restore the Everglades. People take that for granted. There was no support when we started for that in the legislature or in Congress. We had to find a way to bring people together to make that happen. The second goal was to make that sustainable, which meant that Political winds blow left, political winds blow right. You have to have something that's separated enough from the politics that it can be held together. And the way you do that is to capture it in statute and regulation. So the principles in the Savings Clause are in federal legislation that involves SERP. They're in state legislation that involves SERP. They are in the programmatic regs and a whole bunch of the other enabling regulations that were captured at the demand of Congress and a bunch of other people. They're in there. So the idea that you can decide you're going to take the Savings Clause out of the lake when SERP is based to a very large degree on an understanding of certain levels of water being available out of the lake and survive what's going to happen at that time, I think is wrong. I'm not a modeler, okay, but for many, many years, I was the guy, when you finished the model, that they came to and said, okay, well, how's the policy? Now what do we do? And I can tell you that looking at your models, the answer to that question, to me, is appallingly apparent. You need infrastructure. I don't care how good you are at balancing this system, and you guys are pretty darn good. And these are really good models. This is fantastic work. But it shows very clearly that the people out there that are claiming they want a solution, that don't want ASR, that don't want to hear anything about, deep well injection, are never going to get what they want. Now, maybe that's the goal. Maybe somebody likes to keep the fight going forever because they're having fun or making money at it. But I came up the road to try to solve these problems. And to me, I get tired of hearing the same people saying, well, I want this fixed, but you can't do it this way. They can't tie the hands of the people who've been charged with the responsibility. You're going to have to build some infrastructure, whether it's politically popular or not, because that's what the regulations and the statutes say you're going to have to do if you want to get down the road with this stuff. The last one is, and this is an opinion. I don't understand, looking at this, your baseline, the one thing I would say about the models, if you're using LORS 08, which we were told, I was in this room when the Corps Colonel said that is a temporary measure to deal with the lack of stability in the Herbert Hoover Dike. I don't really understand, if somebody's really going to have a problem with the decision that that's your baseline, how well that's actually going to hold up. We were promised, and I've got copies of the videos, like I said, I don't totally rely on my memory. There's public record on almost all of this, pretty much all of it. I don't understand how, you're not going to have to take more into account of how the lake was expected to be managed when we wrote SERP. If you expect SERP to work, or you expect that some of the stakeholders who are real stakeholders, who have real skin in the game, are not at some point going to have problems with this, and nobody wants to see that happen. We put this together with a hope, and we're a pretty cynical crowd, that what we were writing would make this sustainable. It's worked for a very long time. And I would suggest that maintaining that balance and maintaining a commitment to the principles we start with is the only way you're ever going to be able to sustain it the rest of the way. And thank you for the opportunity.
Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. I told you all I had more to say. Adam Gelber brought up a really good point about the fact that Everglades National Park does not have the water it needs. And the reason that Everglades National Park doesn't have the water it needs is because, frankly, we really don't have water, if you look at current conditions, throughout the system to continue to keep that flow going, to keep the sponge wet, as you say. What we have here is a narrative that has been persistent for quite some time about why we had success this year keeping Lake Okeechobee lower. We got lucky with weather. We had a very average year, and we had the shortest wet season on record, which was stated just a few months ago right here in this room by scientists. We have the most scientific body here between the agencies working on Everglades restoration that you could imagine. So whether we like to admit it or not, our successes this year had a whole lot to do with Mother Nature. So this gets back to talking about water supply and the inability to sort out water supply in the way that a lot of people would like to. The point I'm trying to make is Lake Okeechobee is one source for water supply for numerous reasons. Of course, we can decide and figure out who gets what water. We know which straws get stuck in the lake, right? We know ecologically south of the lake what is required to keep permanent losses in the greater Everglades system, not just Everglades National Park, but all the way south of that lake, from Orlando on down to Florida Bay. That is the Everglades. And I think we sometimes lose sight of that. In order to keep that wet like it's supposed to be, at the times it's supposed to be, we know how much water that requires. We then have to figure out the competing interests of municipal versus ag. Okay, so when I talk about the fact that Lake O is that source currently for a lot of the water supply conversation, really all of it, most of it, not counting rainfall south of the lake. For South Florida, that's what I mean. So please don't misconstrue that, and please understand that peat fires and muck fires are permanent ecological losses to the Everglades system. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tom Conboy, South Florida Engineering Consulting. I just wanted to highlight that the existing schedule takes into account climate indicators in what the schedule does, but those climate indicators were pretty much developed over 20 years ago. And I would like you guys to look at those climate indices and optimize those to current standards. Lake Okeechobee was one of the first operating schedules of big water bodies to use climate indicators in the decision-making process, and just highlight that there's a lot of room for optimization if we are able to better predict what's coming 3 months, 6 months, or even a couple weeks down the road. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody. I had like a 15-minute speech I wanted to do at the end of this, but I'm going to skip that and let everybody leave. So again, thank you everybody for your participation. I think we can all agree that Lake Okeechobee and how we manage our water resources in the state of Florida is extremely important to everybody, and how we get there is why we're here at these meetings. So again, thank you. We get these presentations out to everybody tomorrow, and I look forward to feedback, and we'll see you all next month.